Hello, everybody, and welcome to Ales and Scales D&D. I am your DM, as always, Randy Royce, and going around the table, we have Dylan playing... What's your character's name? Carillion. I know your character's name. I just wanted to hear you say it.
Okay.
And we have one of our new players, Sawyer, who is playing Alavi. Could you introduce your character to us briefly?
So Alavi is a stout halfling, quite heavy set as far as what a halfling would be. Quite ready, set for the winter, and for the long, cold sequences of the area. So specifically, they are dressed in a lot of leathers and quite neat fitted shoes. But they usually wield a large sack upon their back, which they hold a good portion of their items. They've been traveling around as such, specifically for this area. Although I'll leave the rest of the introductions to you.
Okay, and Olavi is currently traveling north to the town of Willowdale, where our brave adventurers are, to bring her particular skill set to the local guild. She is also a steel level adventurer, like the rest of our party. They have not met at this time. And then last, but certainly not least, we have the man with the most magnificent beard at the table, Hunter, playing
Gorgar.
Night touched.
Where did the knight touch him?
Nowhere consensual.
Oh my.
All jokes aside.
We'll also have two other players joining in shortly. We'll have our resident Goliath and our resident Druid joining in a little bit.
So stay tuned for that. And a brief recap of last week's events. So the very last thing that happened is Balder, the god of light himself, died before the very eyes of our horrified party members. And as he fell dead, Thor yells out, "You!" And then there's the loud crackle of thunder. Everything goes black. And they once again find themselves in the middle of the field they were before they entered that godly plane inadvertently. They returned to the guild hall swiftly, where they informed the guild chain of command, so to say, and a fierce-looking paladin came out from the depths of the guild hall, the areas that our party is not high enough level to go into yet, and set off to deal with said problem. And here we are with our stunned party members standing around the guild hall. What are you doing? You have not arrived yet, Olavi.
Is there anyone in the guild hall?
No, the only other person here is Lilith. It's surprisingly empty. There's no drinking. There's no merrymaking. Just an eerie silence, only broken by your own breath.
We'll just sit down at one of the many empty tables, contemplate Balder being killed somehow.
And what are you doing, Kjorgar?
So I'm looking off as one of my friends, who I haven't seen for a couple weeks, or a couple days at least, joins into the party. I see a large Goliath man walking into the into the guild hall, like, "Oi, you buck, where the hell you been?"
Started drinking, went on my own adventure. Fucking here I am.
Well, welcome to the table, Gunnar. First thing you notice upon walking in the guild hall, other than your companion calling over to you, and you also notice Carillion sitting over by herself in deep thought, and Lilith up at the tiefling woman manning the station as always. It's eerily quiet, and it's been that way all throughout town. You haven't seen the usual activity that you'll see at this time of the day, being about midday. And usually there's revels at all times of the day, especially here in the guild hall, so this is quite odd. Having returned from wherever you were previously, this is a stark contrast. What's on your mind?
Well, it's time for a drink. Got to kind of process what's going on. I'm going to be curious on normally there's obviously a lot of noise and commotion and things going on. So probably just take a minute, get a drink, and gather my thoughts. And
All right. There's actually there's drinks set out just for people to grab because there's no one there to serve drinks except for Lilith, and she doesn't appear to be in the mood to do so. And your companions are just sitting at the table. Feel free to join them and ask any questions. Orion is in the corner by himself, drinking from his endless taker of booze. I don't believe you've met him yet, but the party has met him, so perhaps they'll introduce you.
Perhaps
I'm gonna
not.
play big quick.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, that big fella there, the human guy. It's his name's Orion. He's not very smart. I whisper that.
He doesn't hear you. He's pretty deep in his drink.
He does like to drink though, so you get along with him well enough.
that type of guy.
Yeah, I'll assume so.
Now we're
Well-
going to switch over to you guys continue your conversation if you like, but Olavi, you have just arrived to the main gate of Willowdale. This is your first time at this particular town, but you do have a general idea of how the towns are laid out because all the towns on the frontier they stick with a roughly circular design and keep all of their most important stuff like the market and like the mayor's house and stuff in the center, and it's very well fortified just in case it experiences the troubles you're likely to see on the edge of habitated land.
Okay.
But the first thing that strikes you is there's no guards posted at the entrance.
Hmm.
And as you look into town, there is also no one walking around in the street. All the doors are shut tightly. You could hear someone weeping off in the distance from within their house.
Well, Olavi would like to head directly to the guild hall. Normally, this type of situation entering a town she would normally go to various different locations before heading off to the guild hall itself, sort of familiarize herself with the area. Though something's off with how few people are around, so answers are to be sought in this moment.
And perhaps they may be found at the guild hall. Generally, the guild hall is also located towards the center of town with the other more important structures, and it's a very, imagine like a compass rose of a city. Like, it's very clear which direction you have to travel. And as you go along, you see nothing but, the odd stray dog or like someone like hustling about their business and quickly turning away. But any people you do see look rather downtrodden. Perhaps something happened that you haven't yet received the news of. And then, in short order, you do arrive at the guild hall. The massive 4-story stone building sits before you. Its large oaken doors slightly askew, and once again, oddly silent.
I'm going to slowly open the front door.
You creak it open, and it slides on well-oiled hinges, and you see the characters I had previously described sitting in there. One of them appears to be an elf woman with only one hand. She's over by herself in deep thought. You see a huge man over in the corner drinking himself, probably to death slowly, but he's a human man with a huge crossbow that looks like it's quite something to carry. You also see a giant Goliath man next to another Chungus. He's an orc. A full-blooded orc sits next to him, and they appear to be in conversation. And manning the desk is a tiefling woman who appears to be the guild representative for this location.
First, Olavi's going to go straight to the tiefling woman.
Well, it's quite surprising to see anybody out and about today.
Oh.
Have you heard the news?
No, but it's almost like everyone's acting like someone's died.
Well, it's interesting that you should say that. And she looked rather solemn. How familiar are you with the Norse pantheon?
Well, I'm quite familiar. In fact, I more or less worship 2 of them improper.
One of those wouldn't happen to be Balder, the god of light, would it?
But
We've
Are you about to tell me a god died?
somehow, some way, yes, Balder, the god of light, has passed.
The gall of you.
Some of our very own guild members witnessed the event. Some of those over there. And she gestures towards the two sitting at the table and then says, all of these, well, most of these were there when it happened. They might have more details if you're curious.
Well, thank you. It's kind of news you need a drink for. You wouldn't happen to have anything else to drink here? I don't see a bartender up and available.
We have some beverages out, but those are probably a little warm at the moment. Let me get you something fresh.
Thank you.
And she goes and gets you something nice and cool, unlike the service that she's shown the rest of the party as they're about the room.
She doesn't really like us.
Quick question. Is Durable the fucking feat that's like big health boy?
No, it's not durable. It's
Tough, I believe.
tough.
Tough,
Yes.
okay.
Tough.
That's what I'm giving him real quick.
Okay.
I'm-
Yeah, solid.
Bumping him to 4. Because,
That way he doesn't get yeeted.
yeah. I would say people that aren't here a level behind makes sense. Yo, you would get yeeted, bro. I got yeeted, okay?
The World Tree Yggdrasil came pretty close.
I got yeeted and I'm not bad at this game.
So we'll take a quick tactical pause. On one of our previous sessions, they met the physical personification of Yggdrasil, the World Tree, and I described in great detail like how luxurious she was. She was very clearly not a human creature.
I heard someone
And then-
went to hug her.
Yeah, one of
That's a druid.
our friends is very friendly and not very used to people who may not like to be hugged, like gods and world trees, and they came really close to dying. But it was rectified, and they sort of made up their differences after a short time, and the god had time to reconsider and cool down. But anyways, back to present time. So, what would you like to do, Olavi?
You sure? Those are the people who saw this? I mean, I'm sure they're quite well off if they're a part of this guild, but
It is quite hard to believe, I'll give you that, but I trust these ones in particular. I've seen them at work, and they're fairly honest, and they're quite good at what they do. Would you like me to... Are you going to be in town for a little while?
oh yes, I was sent up here to help rectify some problems with the crafting situation.
Ah,
in
that's
town.
good.
I heard that they needed a good cobbler and a weaver up here to handle the shoe situation, more or less.
Ah, certainly. We could always use stuff like that. I'll register you with the local adventurers. You may wish to seek a party, as it's quite dangerous, as I'm sure you're well aware, being a steel-level adventurer.
Yes.
But it is my job to mention.
And what are the name of those folks over there?
That green fellow over there goes by Kjorgar, and the large man besides him goes by Gunnar.
Orsgar and Gunnar.
Yes, Kjorgar and Gunnar are the names, and then that scrawny elf over there with only one limb is Carillion, and the drunkard in the corner, he goes by Orion. Don't worry, his liver is quite resilient. He won't cause any trouble for you.
Okay. Well,
The man puts his drink down for a moment, and he looks across the room, and he takes stock of everybody who's entered. And he's like, who's the short stack?
Shorts?
Yes!
I'll have you know, I'm a solid 3'5".
Oh, I'm very impressed.
You should be.
Boy.
I hear the man knows a good person to make stilts. So, a little backstory on the mayor. She's also quite short herself, so what she does to get around that, to aid her authority in her official position, is she has a wooden set of stilts that she wears under a long dress. So she clacks around town, and most people don't know what it is. They just think it's, whatever footwear she has, but she's actually quite short as well. Oh, that's kind of rude. I didn't mean any offense. Brilliant! Did you get a load of this?
Well, you're the one that's being mean to people.
I wasn't being mean. I was pointing out the obvious.
Obvious. Obvious?
I mean,
Well, from you look quite like a slow. Like you're slow. That's what I think.
Not wrong.
And
maybe slow of wit, but certainly not slow of everything else. I'm also honest.
why you?
Oi, Korgar!
Olavi's coming up to the table at this point.
Who's your big friend over here?
I thought you met him
Did I meet him?
briefly.
I don't think Orion met him.
Oh, Ryan. Oh, sorry. I thought I was talking to somebody else in the guild.
No.
No, you haven't met this fella yet. He's big. His name's Gunnar. He likes to hit things. You guys would be best friends.
Oi, Gunnar, come over here with me in the short stack. We'll all share a drink.
He's he's the range to your hit things. Or he's the hit things to your range. Sorry.
Ah,
His range.
it looks like you could handle some up-close combat well enough. Gunnar, you look like a sturdy chap.
I like to slap people in the mouth.
Yes?
Can you slap me?
With big meaty hands like that, I could only imagine it's really effective.
Does the job.
So, I don't believe it would be very good for me to continue calling you short stack, since you appear to be sensitive of the topic. What do you go by?
Oh, well. Well, as I artistically turn away from someone who is.
Boy, at least I'm not calling you Shin Stack. You're only shins.
Offense level grows. She turns red.
Well, my.
Are you a devilkin? Why are you so red?
Boy, Korgar, I don't think you ought to keep antagonizing her. She looks,
Antagonites.
Olavi's gonna step away for a moment and just.
Woosa.
Korgar, you ought to learn some manners.
Look who's talking.
Yeah, I know you're not the one
Talking.
telling me
Alright.
to learn manners.
Yeah, you're not. You don't
The
have.
greatest archer here in this town,
Oh,
and probably this
bullshit.
region.
We still haven't had that shooting contest.
That's because I know I'd win. I've already defeated you 100 times in my mind.
That doesn't. You already admitted you're slow in the head, so what does that matter?
You may be
With
good at
certain
certain things, but be
things.
smarter.
Not by much. Look at her arm. Or lack thereof.
It must have taken you 10 years to think of winning 100 times.
No, I'm not quite that old.
Is he sitting within 10 feet
Nor
of
do
me?
I think that long in prolonged periods.
Is Orion sitting within 10 feet of me?
Yes, he is. Your table's just adjacent to the table.
Okay, I wanna like backhand him with my ghost hand.
No need to sweet talk me. I know it's you. No one else can do that.
Yeah.
You keep that thing to yourself.
What, you enjoy being slapped around?
Yes, and I'll freely admit it.
All
Oh
right
my
then.
goodness, what have I walked into? You're welcome. That was Olavi. And also me, but.
Meow.
Apologies, Olavi. What brings you to our fine guild hall?
Well, first off, my name is Olavi. For those of you.
Pleasure to
Who
meet
would like
you
to
as I
know?
look down intently.
I'm a cobbler brought in for the guild in the area to help with shoes and various other crafting things, as it seems something may have happened to this local area.
Wait. You're telling me that cobblers make shoes and not roads?
Yes, I think.
What? Brilliant. Did you hear this?
Do you not read things? Do you know
On
how to,
occasion.
do you know how to read?
Yes.
Okay, because
You know what books I don't read? Books about road makers or
Works
shoemakers.
with words.
I do prefer pictures, but I could tolerate some words.
I mean, I'm sure you can borrow our druid's ABC books.
I may need that.
I know he's been practicing.
Where is he, by the way?
I don't know.
Perhaps tending to his plants in the back of the guild hall?
Maybe laying in garbage. I don't know what he does.
He is wont to do that.
Mhm.
He is.
Well, I can tell you what he's not doing.
Reading?
Reading or reading.
I
We
think
know those
I
two.
think we got it covered. He's going to do it once a month, at least. We're working on it.
I had to bribe him last time.
We're
We
working
keep the
on it.
creature so he paid.
Oi. You heard what happened, right?
No.
You haven't
Oh, you
heard the
must have
news.
been on
you know.
one hell of a bender. So the god of light, Balder. Yeah, he's dead.
That
We watched him die.
that's the part I think a god could possibly die.
We
Well,
don't know either.
all the gods have their own vulnerabilities. However, we, or at least I, ignored the signs ahead of time. We were invited to a gala with the gods, and unfortunately, we witnessed him pierced with a spear made of mistletoe.
And what do you think of Hel saying there's a special guest at her party?
I would assume that's probably Balder.
How did she know, though?
I mentioned this last time, and we're not going to do this again.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this,
I was-
Aurelian, but she's a
I'd
god.
like to learn.
We have an
Yeah?
invitation
Where'd you read
to
that?
meet, Hel.
In a book, my friends.
The god
I
of
told you I
death.
read, but only important
But
things.
yeah, so
Like, let's
I don't know you yet.
Here.
you
Probably
though,
best.
we also took a castle up to the northwest. We have a friendly dragon and gargoyles that guard the castle, so yeah, we own a castle now.
Oh yes, they don't like humans, so
Do I get
don't be a human in the vicinity of the castle.
Good thing
Do
we
I
don't
look tall enough to be a human?
No,
I
but
mean,
they're also gargoyles, and I don't know much about them.
I'm not even like you don't. have
They're
to worry
pretty
about me. I'm not
intelligent
5
creatures.
foot.
I don't think you have to worry. You do, Orion. But we got you those fancy ear guards that make you look like an elf,
Yes, I
a
do.
really big elf.
I've got them in my pouch.
It doesn't
You can
smell.
pass for a half elf at best.
It
Well,
still doesn't
that's
smell like an elf,
as
though.
long as it's not full human.
It's
Perhaps they
50%
won't.
less human at best.
We don't know how much
Perhaps they won't
percentage.
maul me to death. Should
Well,
we meet?
I mean, we don't know what percentage human they like, so or could tolerate.
I
It doesn't
imagine
matter if not.
less than 100 at
I
least.
spoke to them last time. It's not that they hate all humans, it's just they've grown distrust due to their betrayal.
Hmm.
There's a big learning curve for all the past episodes. You'll get there.
I must have been in a different part of the castle when they mentioned that story.
I would assume so.
I think you were climbing the wall or something.
Ah, yes. They do sell the grappling hooks in the local town, by the way.
I will.
When
be
I say the
picking up
local
one.
town, I mean specifically the local store, which specifically sells general goods.
I would like, specifically, when we go to purchase goods, I want one that I can affix to a bolt, like a smaller grappling hook that requires a better, like, roll to hit, but one that I could fire from my fucking crossbow.
Yes, you may absolutely find that. Just general goods store will have pretty much any adventuring equipment you could imagine, as long as it's not unreasonable. And I believe that to be reasonable.
Cool.
Which one
Hey.
is that? Oh, there he is. Oi, I heard a druid walking in the tavern.
I smell.
Oh, I've heard this joke before. How's it go?
It smells like shit, and he brought tacos.
I must have been sleeping in the trash again, or cooking in the trash.
One of the two.
You walk in, and the first thing you notice after observing how quiet the town was is the guild hall's pretty much empty, except for a few of your companions and a halfling whom you'd never seen before. Lilith sits mournfully at the desk as it is her shift and she cannot leave.
Okay. Look to Kierkegaard. Halfling hug.
Oh,
I'm gonna go pick up the halfling and give it a good squeeze into my nasty stinky chest.
Alavi doesn't know what's coming, and just barely feels the tremors behind her.
Boom, boom,
It just
boom.
barely turns in time for a hug.
Yes, and you get a big stinky hug from our resident trash sleeper.
I'm going to attempt to instantly escape.
All right, go ahead and roll me dexterity. You may roll opposing strength, or you may roll strength or dexterity, whichever's higher for you.
Oh, he
All right.
escaped.
Oh,
Oh, what'd you roll?
Nat 1. Yeah.
Oh, cool. I rolled a. I have a +7 to my dex save. Well, yes.
Well, that's good. Yeah,
I rolled above 1.
you swiftly escape and roll gently to the side. And what do you do as she slides free from your grasp?
I'm gonna kind of pout and be upset. My hug didn't get accepted.
You notice this as you get to your feet.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
He's
whoa.
very friendly.
Whoa, whoa,
He
whoa,
likes to
whoa,
hug
come
people.
Are you a member of the guild?
He's a member of party.
Yeah, he is.
Okay. Okay.
He's nice. Too nice.
If you,
just-
if you
No.
want a hug, you gotta ask first. Like,
He doesn't get the idea of consent.
I
though.
He
did.
does not understand.
I asked my
No.
hug professional over there.
Told him hug.
Go ahead.
At this point, we have until he has to ask permission.
I'm
Pat.
also a full orc, so fuck off.
Yeah.
Alright. You weren't kidding.
mind this. Anyways,
Alright, well, we want to look around and see what's on the board today. Most of the town's in mourning, but there's no sense in mourning the dead. It doesn't make them any less dead.
I don't know about that. We're talking about a god, not the barman.
Well,
Well,
most
I'd
of
be
us
quite
feel
sad
worse
if the
than
barman
many.
died.
We were there. Not much sense in mourning the man or the god.
He was
So,
fun. He
It
let
was
me
awfully
play.
nice of him to get rid of that nasty demon that was following you around.
It was.
Not that I would know about that as Orion, but speaking as, an all-seeing being. in the
Mourning's
universe.
just a loss for praise to those that can protect us further.
Indeed. Well,
Should I be scared of that one?
The big guy?
Yeah. You are.
No. He's the orc is
Not
actually
yet.
a member. Well, yeah.
I mean, there's members of the guild, you know.
Well, the orc is actually our cleric.
Oh, okay. And how scared should I be of him?
He's just
That's pretty tough.
overly affectionate.
Like,
yeah. He's
I'm a little afraid he might crush me to death. And
Good
hug
possible
us.
size.
Doesn't
I don't-
Should I be like on a scale of
Be
1
tall.
to 10? How scared should I be of that?
maybe a 4,
Before?
maybe.
Okay.
I don't
That's
really know.
exactly what I was thinking.
Okay.
You had to put it in numerical value.
Next time you want a hug, you gotta ask the person you're hugging. So if you want to hug me again, you gotta ask.
Everybody loves hugs.
Boy, Osborne. Yeah. She loves it. You have comments on her height.
Because that halfling over there is so short, I do not say this quietly. I'm afraid I might step on it.
Well, Olave, you appear to be new in town. Do you have a party?
No, I just arrived in town. And,
Kitty cat, little cats.
She's not gonna.
Baby, you gotta go. I got pee.
You just gotta pick her up.
Yeah,
Cats her off.
almost all that case of beer you brought last weekend.
Yeah, I know. I totally bring that with me.
You did, and so I left you 3.
That'll work.
Well, if you'd like, we could always use an extra member in ours. I doubt Kyorgar would mind. I'm more of a recent addition. I just shoot things.
Not very well.
well, I suppose
That's debatable.
I've never missed.
joining a group like this,
Nonsense.
would certainly provide many of at least meat shields.
We are quite good at that.
But looks like
I
the
think
group is quite desperate for someone who's a little smarter. Except maybe you.
Boy, that we are. That we are. We're more of the big strong type, not the big smart type.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think the halfling is a little too small to be shielded.
No, Osborne. We would be the shields or the halfling. She's very small, so she can hide in our shadows.
Oh, what shadow?
Or we
That's
could toss
a
them.
dark mass on the ground on the opposite side of a light.
Oh, my friend that follows me in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that friend
Oh
specifically.
goodness.
Apologies. It's, like I said, big strong, not big smart.
That's all right.
But he speaks to animals, which is handy.
We're trying to get him to read.
That game
I
they
could
play
maybe
on
see both.
Sundays.
Yeah,
He's learning.
yeah, we're going to toss it out.
No, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but geez, compared to all of these. Oh,
Yep, I'm tossing motherfucker.
Gotta start fighting across the room going like this.
15,
The Kopunar's name is good.
what's that?
21.
4?
Yeah, he's gonna try to toss you across the room to Kjorgar. You may try to dodge with a dexterity saving throw.
Of course. I'll make a courtesy roll. For a dexterity saving throw. 19. Alright.
Yep. He picks you up before you have a chance to react and just sort of tosses you casually across the room.
Oh,
it,
nice.
it was an oddly graceful move and a beautiful throw. You would have
May
time to admire it if you want.
attempt to do a performance check to make a graceful landing?
You absolutely will. You may also do a check to try to catch.
Did you tuck the halfling into like a spiral?
Oh, I
or-
never did that.
That is
Oh
a
yeah,
19.
nat 20 on bullshit. Classic.
A 19 on my performance for a good landing.
So he's going to catch you, but what would you like to do beforehand? Would you like to do some flips? Would you like to do like perhaps a tumble?
I would like to comically, like, freeze frame in the air, pull out something, like, kind of work on it, like, sew up a little shoe or something, and then continue the fly.
You may absolutely do so.
And then, hopefully, do the funny land on his upstretched hands and handstand.
Yes, you may absolutely do that. You now have a halfling handstanding in your big greasy orc palms.
They're not greasy. I'm
I clean
Fuck
myself.
off, mate.
Oh, well, you make quite a good platform.
Oh! I hold them directly her above my head.
Your combined performance is quite impressive. Lilith being the only other person in here, she sort of like gives you a little clap. But it's a genuine clap, not at all a mocking clap, like you would usually expect from her, those of you that already know her.
I give her a wink.
It's a real shame that no one else is in here.
Would
she
you mind
says.
putting me down?
Well, they're taking
Quite high
Baldur's
up.
loss hard.
Ah.
So
Well, I can't imagine them doing anything else, to be honest.
mhm.
The God of Light is well liked among most people.
Even the gods.
Gods, yes. Even among the gods themselves.
Mhm. Although they made a game of tossing things at him, so
That game
They
was
did
fun.
what?
You would toss stuff at him, and then he would catch it midair.
well, he wouldn't catch it.
He would catch it with his invisible hands, like your invisible hand.
I've never heard legends of this particular ability belonging to Baldur.
I don't.
I walk into the quest board.
Yeah, you stroll straight over to the quest board, and the first thing that strikes you is it's empty.
Hmm.
God fucking damn.
There's nothing there, which is
You
apart from
motherfucker.
the usual.
Wait, this is the sport?
Yeah, it looks like a plank right now.
Yeah, it could have been empty for a bus board. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure it's a
This
quest
town gets a
board.
lot of business.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Typically.
Not right now, though. Did they take the quest down because of Boulder?
Oi, guild lady, what the hell?
Doesn't appear to be much going on, honestly. It's quite perplexing.
I call bullshit. Something needs done somewhere.
Oh,
I
surely
need
something
money.
needs done. Hold on, let me go double check the correspondence in the back. Perhaps there is something that I missed. And she goes back for a brief time. You can hear her shuffling through some papers and muttering to herself. And she comes out with a little bit of parchment. She's like, it appears there is something that was supposed to be posted, but I guess the other ships weren't able to get anyone to take any quests. Odd. Here. This is what it is. There's a survey party in town, led by a gnomish man by Sir Francis Drake. They're trying to go look at an old abandoned dwarvish mine, about a day and a half north of here, just at the entrance to the mountains.
I've seen this quest before.
We specifically declined it.
Well, nobody declined it. We just didn't take it.
Well,
You didn't take it. Seems quite easy to me.
Door's tiny. Interest to mine might be too small for us.
Oh yes, I forgot. You guys are all quite a bit larger.
Big strong, not big smart.
Certainly.
She's like, well, it's here if you guys wish to take it. I believe Sir Francis Drake is staying over at the tavern. You're familiar with the Underhill, all of you. Mr. Broadby or the other proprietor should be able to direct you to them.
Give me the quest.
Sure.
it's the only thing.
I'll mark you down for it. And here, I'll go ahead and mark the location on your map if you'll hand it over.
I could probably use this. I'm afraid most of my money was spent in travel costs up to here.
Well, fortunately for you, these lot seem to make a decent amount of money, and
Don't
they're
tell them
pretty
how much
good.
money we make.
You need money? How
I
Keep
mean-
your notes up where it belongs.
I mean, that's none of my
Well,
business. But
Certainly, everybody should be able to keep track of their own money and earn it in their fair way.
they're also quite good at not dying,
I'll give you
that's
20
another
for
benefit
attendance.
to them.
That's a benefit.
For what?
I suppose I could use the money. I'm not the best of dancers, but I
I
could.
like dance moves.
Sure, I can do.
Theater.
I suppose I could do the halfling shuffle slide. It's just a simple dance.
Why are we dancing?
Prove it.
You need money. Performers dance for money.
No, is she or is she not a member of your group? I thought she was joining you.
Whoa, I never said that specifically.
Oh, you're coming along now. Sucks to be you.
Unfortunately,
Sorry
I
about
have marked your name down for the quest along with these.
Ooh.
I could mark you off, but it will go against your record.
Yes,
Ooh.
you're joining us. Try it out.
Look.
Let's try it out once. If
Here.
you don't like us, you don't have to come back.
I'll pay you to come with us. I'm gonna hand him a weed coin.
Yes,
This
it's
is the-
it's got a skunky smell to it.
Do you?
It's plant. He grows.
Don't ask where.
Good for brain.
I would like to investigate this for its edibility.
Yes, you may do so.
I want to put it in some rounds.
This is a natural one.
You kind of want to taste it just to be sure.
And what you call this thing?
It is my special hash coin,
I've never heard of a hash coin before.
made from the best purple kush.
I don't believe I know that word. Push.
You take a bite out of it, and the first thing you notice is it's probably not great for eating on its own. It probably needs to be mixed with something else, but you don't notice any difference right away.
Is this a raw ingredient?
Kind of like oregano.
I'm sure this would be great with more earthen flavored stew,
Look up
or
Snoop.
perhaps even baked into a cookie. So that's one of its potential ingredients.
Look up Snoop Lions weed recipe book.
I'll just save the rest for later. But I'm afraid this isn't what one would normally consider money.
It's his form of money. He's actually gotten a few things to. He's actually paid for a few things with it. Believe it or not.
Oh yeah, he doesn't handle.
Well, I've heard of some places using grain as an alternate source of income. So I don't see why not this wouldn't have the same type of value.
It's more like like item trading than buying things.
Plus, it made whole town a lot mellower.
Yeah. That is true.
Hello? I would like to insight.
You may.
Check the mellow statement. That is a 9.
You're actually quite suspicious of this currency now, as you're wondering why it would have that sort of effect. Do you have any particular knowledge? Does your character have any particular knowledge of herbology?
Nope.
You're a little suspicious, and you start to become slightly more relaxed as the currency takes its effect
The
on you.
suspicion fades.
Yeah, the suspicion fades, and instead you feel a sense of well-being.
Irregardless, I'm sure it's a wonderful alternate source of currency. As it seems you've had plenty of use for it.
Yes.
Yes.
If we go to tavern, maybe they still have brownies left over. You could try.
I
Oh,
just
right.
highly doubt that.
With it?
Boy, do not.
Perhaps it's some.
This is Orion speaking to you, the human man you just met. You got some great big arms over there. You might be able to use that big crossbow over at the Banded Brace.
Maybe I use my sword.
Oh, you don't want to shoot anything with a great big bow?
Gunnar more get in face and smack.
I'm not a weak man myself, but fair enough, fair enough. What are you looking at, Shell?
What are you looking at?
Nothing much,
No,
unfortunately.
yeah, I want to slap him again.
This time he's gonna lean into it and do it again.
I
He
want
usually has to pay for that entertainment.
to punch him this time.
Well, this is going in circles. So
What's the safe word?
Off the
Hakuna
top.
Matata?
Oh, I nearly forgot. You asked for a dance from the coin, and since I've taken it, I might as well oblige. And I would like to do a performance check for the Halfling Shuffle Slide.
All right, do it. And then describe your graceful maneuvers, or otherwise less graceful.
All right, so that performance is going to be 19. Seems to be the magic number.
Outstanding performance. Now describe what you do.
All right, so first, Olavi's going to get to a nice clear section of the room with a bit of left and right.
You go to the right.
Yeah,
Right.
so first she goes to clap, pirouette, stop on one foot, don't forget it. Then she's going to slide to the left, clap, spin, slide to the right, clap, spin, and then do a funny sort of movement where she swaps between her legs but swings them back and forth. And then she does a flip.
Orion's over there clapping like a buffoon. That was fantastic. I haven't seen such entertainment in this guild hall since its inception. Not that I was here for that, but
Well,
it's much more lively with you here.
I'm
Very
not one for putting myself up in
Gunnar,
center.
what time is
More when I'm in the
Drinking
mood to make
time.
music, I'm more so the one to sit back in the
Lunchtime?
back and get that little lively
You can
doops
Lunchtime.
for the whole crowd.
Ah, I see. The music I make is more like the sweet sound of a armor-piercing bolt punching into someone's ribcage.
Yes,
hit 'em.
war
Oh, I
music.
could hit him, Shell. You know well enough.
I'm hungry. I was more just going to walk out and go to the tavern because he's hungry and it's lunchtime.
Yeah, we have all gone to the tavern at this point.
Boy, where'd the other lot go?
I'm not their keeper.
Weren't they just here?
But you known them longer than me. Yeah, they were just here.
Didn't even notice them leave.
Let's go
Surprised
find
how
them.
quiet those three can be when they're so big.
They're probably louder than everybody else, seeing as they're all inside. We
You
should
would
be able
like
to
to
find
think.
them. What would you guys like to do? They've already gone over to the tavern, but you don't know that.
See where they've gone. I assume, depending on how long ago they left, I assume we might be able to see them in the street.
Yeah, as you guys walk out, you see them making a beeline for the tavern that is also quite dead at the moment, which is contrary to the usual.
Is there food inside?
You go in and there is food inside. It's a little cold and untouched, but it's there as it is always.
I'm going to do my usual. Give her a weed coin, grab a plate, and make food.
Amethyst takes it and she tucks it away, and you find the food's as delicious as always, just not quite as fresh, which is unfortunate. Ah, my computer's restarting of its own accord. Thank you kindly for that.
You ignored the fucking button. Your failures are no longer my problem, old man.
Your failures are your own, old man.
What is this computer you speak of?
Oh my goodness.
Some sort of weird device for recording data, like
Compute these
a
nuts.
tablet that you write on.
Oh, I don't know how to
goodness.
write. I'm learning.
You're learning to read.
Yeah, as I'm
Maybe
walking
so.
out the tavern, I'm going,
He's
Oi,
trying.
Steno. Oi, where you at?
Keurig Ironhand is manning his bar, and he's like, I believe he's up in his room. I could send Amethyst to go knock for him if
No
you
need,
like.
what's the number?
Go upstairs. It'll be on the second floor, first room on the right.
I did say it was eating.
I'm gonna just walk upstairs and kick the door. Like, not hard enough to damage the door, but kick it.
You hear some yelling from downstairs. He's like, Oi! Respect my house!
Oi! Respect the fact I didn't damage it.
I don't know that! It was loud.
You do now.
He doesn't respond. You guys get in the tavern just early enough to hear this exchange of yelling between what appears to be the tavern keep. You know him full well as Keurig Ironhand. You guys see Osborne over stuffing his face full of food from the buffet. And what are you doing?
Drinking.
As always.
As usual.
Yeah.
Amethyst serves you up some fresh beverage from the middle shelf. And that'll be 2 copper.
Is this their usual
That he drinks a lot?
happenings? Drinking,
Well, that's all he
Lots
does
of
in
eating.
town. He
and then is he trying to break in?
I don't know. I hear yelling and loud noises.
Kjorgar, you hear some small footsteps coming out the door. It's like, all right, very well then. He opens the door, and standing before you is a quite refined-looking chap, a gnomish man. He's quite well dressed, although his clothes appear to be a mixture of function and, however you would describe it, they look nice, but also practical. He has a monocle in one eye and some curled mustaches. It's like, how could I help you then?
Oi, took your
Orcish
quest.
man.
Good shit.
Oi, very well then. Yes, I was beginning to grow afraid that no one was brave enough to escort us. It should be nothing at all. I'll go collect the others and we'll meet you downstairs.
All right. And I just leave. Like, I just turn around stone-faced and walk back down to the bar.
What? Orcish man, what is your name?
Gorgo.
Okay, Kjorgar. Yes. We shall seek you out shortly. And he closes his door, and you hear some rattling from behind you as you descend the stairs.
Opens bear trap.
Link. Is that one of the rusty ones?
Well, I oiled all the rusty ones. But yes. I took one of the bear trap. No, I took them both. No, I hung one guy by the bear trap. Kept the other.
And it was quite a gruesome
They were
sight.
poachers. I crushed their skulls in bear traps.
As you should.
Yes, and left them there to set an example for anybody else who would dare poach those noble creatures again.
Mhm.
It was a pack of wolves. But anyways, back to the present moments. Yorgar descends the stairs and hunches under the doorway. What is everybody else doing? You've just walked in on the scene. You're standing beside Carillion, and you've just had some brief converse.
So, what was that loud noise up there?
That was me.
What were you? You weren't breaking anything, were you?
No.
Okay.
Sure. Sounded like it.
Noble will meet us downstairs shortly with his party.
And how many are there?
I didn't ask.
Oh boy.
As they discuss, I want to go to my alley with my compost pile.
Okay, you go and
It's our alley. I have a home there too. I have a picket fence.
This is a different town. You do not have picket.
yeah,
fence.
your alley's way back in Pasteropolis, down to the south.
Maybe I brought my picket
You're
fence
slumming
with
it
me.
again.
Did you roll up the little fence posts and prepare them so you could make yourself a new spot in an alley?
No.
Oh,
I left it there because every time I come back, I have a new feature.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go back there and you find your compost pile
Is it
undiminished.
full?
Yep. It's been restocked full of fresh compost.
It's got flies and bugs flying around it and everything.
Oh yeah, it's got plenty of food for your spider friend.
Yeah, I'll take Selleck out and let him enjoy his buffet too.
Selleck is now slightly larger than a bird-eating spider, and he happily, spins some web and captures him some of these bugs. He's growing quite rapidly.
Selleck, we're going to have to find you a new way to get carried around. Oh, wait, I think Kierkegaard still has that thing he used to carry around the other half.
Boy, I could just sit on the shoulder.
Yeah, he might be a little big for that now.
I'm not that big. You're a big man.
Wear him as hat.
Yeah, or maybe you could sit on head. It's cozy.
He leaps your full height and lands on your head, like just sort of crawls around the back, and he's sitting like right on the top of your head, almost as if he was a hat, just sort of like feeling the air in front with his two long legs. Ah, yes, this is quite nice. Yeah.
All right, and I'll go back in the bar with my spider hat.
Your plants that you planted back there are doing quite well, especially with your daily singing to them with your new ability. They've grown quite robust.
Oh, are they ready to harvest?
Yes, they are.
All right, I will harvest them and then replant the seeds because I'm sure I'm getting like quadruple the seeds from them and start, what do you mean? What I mean, harvesting, plowing more of it so I can plant more.
Okay, yeah.
To them.
So it'll take you about an hour to do that, but you could do that while they're finishing up their in-town activities.
Do we hear the singing from inside the tavern?
Are you singing to them, or are you just?
Yeah, I always sing to them when they're you gotta,
Yes, you guys.
Sing to 'em,
Since the town is so quiet, you could hear a beautiful melody, like
Coming
sort
in
of like
quietly, which-
creeping in to the building. It sounds rather muffled because it's from around the side, but you hear it.
Do we know he sings, or is it just something that we never found out?
Those of you that were on the spiritual journey or have been around him when he used that healing spell know that he sings.
Oh, okay.
That's quite beautiful. I wonder what wonderful woman is the one singing that wonderful
It's
tune.
from a very stinky man.
Yeah.
Well, that one has some beautiful, beautiful singing voice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the one that likes the hugs. He's got quite the vocal cords on him.
Oh.
Hmm.
I wonder if he'd ever sing in front of a crowd.
I don't think he does that.
No,
I haven't seen him try, but he might.
He sings to nature.
About this time, a dwarvish man stomps down from the top of the stairs, and he walks over to your group. He's like, "You the lot that are gonna be escorting us to the mine?"
Yeah.
Seems so.
All right, looks like this is my table. And he goes and he orders himself a drink, and he sits down and is like, "I suppose I'll chat with you lot while the rest of them get ready."
And how many is
So-
the rest of them?
A few.
And how many is
Few
the
of how
few?
many?
Well, we have. I don't like counting. They'll get down here when they get down here. I
Well,
didn't sleep that well, so I'd like to have a drink, some breakfast.
some of you may die.
Well, I certainly hope that doesn't
That
happen.
is a consequence that I am willing to accept.
Some,
No,
some
it's
of
not-
you may get yeeted.
Perhaps I could talk to our leader about picking a different escort party. You
You're
Gotta
more
appear
than
to be the
welcome. I
most-
don't think anybody else is gonna do it.
It's not.
unfortunately true.
Your quest isn't even on the board. I had to ask.
Well, that is unfortunate. And you call yourself Orc?
Yes.
100% what an orc thing.
What is your
That's what I
name?
figured.
They call me.
Kyorgar. Well, my name's Milo. Pleasure to meet you.
Milo.
I'm a studier of geology. I'm searching for some ancient knowledge that I believe could be found in the depths of the earth. And Mr. Sir Francis Drake is my unfortunate benefactor, and I travel with him since he funds my studies.
Unfortunate.
Hopefully you can find what you're looking for, but I won't promise anything.
Nor did I expect anything, but if you could keep me from getting killed, that'd be more than enough.
So how
I'll give it a
likely?
try.
How likely are you hoping? How likely are you to find what you're looking for, or is it just some sort of if we get it, we get it?
I'm afraid it's more along the lines of a lifelong search because I don't know specifically what it is. But I need to travel all across the land to gather more data before I could
So
make any conclusions.
So you spent your whole life searching for something you don't know what it is.
I'm looking for the origin of my people,
Oh.
but I believe it differs from what the books say, and I'm certain that I could find some remnants in the earth itself, knowing all people. So that's what I'm searching for. And Sir Francis Drake, our, as I said, unfortunate benefactor, he has a very low opinion of my people, particularly. He loves to share that with me every opportunity he gets, and with everybody else. He has very low opinion of dwarves as minors. And,
Seems quite silly.
yes, it does.
Dwarfs are
Excellent miner.
among the best miners.
Oh, not according to him. According to him, gnomes are the best miners. And
Is he-
better at pretty much everything else that they do.
Well, I suppose one could argue all those things except for the mining. Seems
Certainly
quite strange. I've met a few gnomes myself, and nary one has been strong enough to even lift a stone.
Well, he thinks very highly of himself. I'm sure you'll come to that own conclusion here shortly when you meet him.
Yeah, I know people that think highly of themselves.
Orion doesn't take the bait. He just sort of like sips his glass, and he just scoots a little bit further away from you, closer. Well, no, Osborne's not there. He's gonna sit next to Gunnar. It seems like he'd get along with him since he also likes a stiff drink. He shares some of his. He has an endless mug of ale, and he shares some of that with you. It's actually quite refreshing.
Is it cold?
It is always cold.
Ooh.
And it comes
not
out
gonna
in
say no to
different
free
random
drinks.
flavors.
Oh, wow.
Even better.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
always a surprise.
As long as you keep this mug around, I'll keep you around.
I think we could be friends, man. And this is Orion speaking. I gotta differ my voices a little bit more. I'm developing some range. Don't worry. I'm trying to develop some range.
That's fine.
About this time, another halfling woman comes down from upstairs and sidles over to her dwarvish friend, and she sits at the table too. Like, she sort of like eyes each of you up and down that are sitting at the table, and she's like, "You wouldn't be the poor chaps taking us down to the mine, would you?"
You wouldn't be the poor woman trying to go into a mine, would you?
Unfortunately, I'm one of them. It's good to
That's
see
sad.
someone of your stature here. I was beginning to think there weren't too many halflings around these parts.
Well, I've always felt that being of this stature is quite a lot better for situations, as it may stand.
Yeah,
Most, in fact. Other than being a large wall of meat.
absolutely. All they're good for is taking damage. It's up here where all the good work is done, as I'm sure you'll
And
agree.
with these, of course, don't forget, smaller fingers means more dexterous flair.
Absolutely. And I should make a lower voice. I'm going to try to make a lower voice for her. Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Helga Swiftfoot. Pleasure. She sports some sturdy leather armor, and it has some weird interlocking metal plates that you've never quite seen on armor before. It looks light yet durable. She has a hand crossbow that you can see strapped to her arm, and a wicked-looking curved scimitar that she wears at her hip. She looks like quite the tough customer.
So she has like metal plates over the leather armor.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen that kind of construction for an armor piece.
Yeah, what is that?
Ah, yes, that's a custom piece I had commissioned from some friends of mine up to the northwest. Some of the dwarvish clans up there have a lot of skill with working metal, as you might imagine.
Hmm.
And my good friend who introduced himself, Milo, is also quite skilled in metallurgy, although it's not his most prominent trait. He loves rocks.
I feel like all dwarves love rocks, though.
Boy, with him, it's more of a fetish. I wouldn't really call it a fetish, but, you know, he's obsessive enough about rocks that I'd almost call it.
That's a little strange.
And the dwarvish man sort of like grunts and like hides himself in his mug. He's had this conversation with her a lot of times, so you can tell that just from the discourse that they probably been at odds about it for a little while.
Sure, that's adorable. It's-
Yes, I understand completely. It's he's a degenerate, as are.
yeah.
You don't know me? Shut your mouth.
We have smarter ones in our group here looking around.
I'd be a
Well,
lot
not
better
much
if I'm
smarter.
afraid I'm a
People
little
wouldn't
obligated
like
to be here.
She's not intimidated by anyone at the table. She's actually quite at ease, which
Why
Yeah.
are you staring me down?
because I know how you like to react whenever there's a worthy challenge before you. Oh, looks
You
like
know
we're
what's
at
not-
our sorry. Go on.
You know it's not smart? Talking shit to somebody with a blunt weapon. You know what makes people not smart? Brain damage.
That's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Oh, I've got smarter.
Really? Your skills of observation are clearly unmatched.
Indeed.
I wouldn't dare to match wits with someone of such towering intellect.
It'd be a poor choice to you. Witty words mean nothing to me, smart lady.
Oh, I could tell. Don't worry, I could tell. And with that, we're going to hit our first 10-minute break. So, everybody who's tuned in, thank you, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. When we left off, our party had just accepted a quest to escort a survey team to a local dwarven mine that had been abandoned. And they have just met several of the members of this party over in the tavern and are conversing around one of the tables. What are each of you doing? Anything in particular?
Waiting to go.
Goodness. I'm still trying to learn my own character's name, let alone everyone else's.
Well, while you guys are sitting around the table, the remainder of the group comes down, headed by Sir Francis Drake himself. He walks up to the table pompously, and he looks at all of you and is like, well, what are you doing lazing about? We have to be going.
We're waiting for you.
You're
Ah,
literally the last one down.
No, I have several hirelings coming down after me, I assure you.
Several?
Never the
Well,
last.
we're still waiting on you.
Well, they'll catch up. They know the way. If they get eaten by wolves on the way there, perhaps they should have packed their things a bit faster.
It's literally our job to make sure all of you make it there safe and sound. Not to make it back, though.
Worry not, my friends. Since I put up the quest, as long as I make it back, then you shall receive your money.
I don't
There was
believe...
nothing about making it back.
Yeah, you should be a little bit more careful about your wording on your request. As I still remember, it was for us to get you safely there.
Well,
And it wasn't specifically you. I believe you said your group, which means all members, including the ones who are still getting ready.
well, short one. And the rest of you, gather round.
You're shorter than him. Or her.
Yes, you seem to be a square 5'3". In fact, I quite tower above you.
Impossible. If we count my intellect, I tower above all of you. Now, if you would be
Sure, you
seated...
think that.
If you continue to be pompous, then your intellect does not tower above any of us.
You keep insulting the people that are protecting you.
Well, I am going to offer you a greater cut of my profits, but since you appear to be disinterested...
You can offer all you like, and we'll take the offer, but if you continue to be an ass, you'll probably not end up coming back from the quest.
I mean, if you don't want a portion of the very lucrative gold mine, then very well, that's fine.
That's fine. I'm also not afraid to hurt you. I enjoy violence. I enjoy money as well, but violence takes first.
So did my ex-wife. She was a very violent woman. She was a Goliath. It was in her nature.
How did that pairing work?
I'm sorry for her.
I'm just curious there.
It didn't work. That's why we're no longer together.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yes, but anyways, that's beside the point. Now, if you'll give me your attention for a moment, the rest shall be down shortly. A gold mine that used to be owned by some dwarves who recently abandoned it has come into my ownership. I have the deed for it, and all I have to do is go there, clear it out, and basically it's mine from there on. I'll hire some workers and begin harvesting the gold. If you assist me, I'll ensure you get a cut of said gold.
Okay.
And if you get us back alive, since it wasn't mentioned in the quest, my mistake, I'll pay you extra.
Okay.
Alright.
Do you know exactly why it was abandoned?
Probably the incompetent dwarves not being able to do their job.
I'd like to take a look at the dwarves that are part of his party and see what they think of this statement.
You can see all of them. They're like sort of like they have disdainful looks on their faces, but they're muttering to themselves and keeping quiet. The boss doesn't seem to notice any of this muttering, or he doesn't seem to care, either or.
I'd like to lean over to one of the
Milo.
yeah, him. Do you know why the mine was abandoned?
Oh, I'll be honest, I can't imagine why we would abandon such a lucrative mine. There must have been a pretty good reason, but he's dead set on going regardless.
And are you sure it wasn't depleted?
That's what I was thinking.
No, certainly not. I don't know the previous owners of the mine for sure, but it would have brought a lot of wealth to the local area, and someone would have heard news of it. This is the nearest town, so someone would have known some news of it one way or the other if they were finding a lot of gold there, and if that suddenly stopped.
Strange. Does that mean none of the abandoned dwarves left the mines?
No one knows where they went.
Hmm.
They didn't pass through town and speak to anybody on their way out.
Strange. Certain most of them live nearby.
I would hope so.
Hmm.
Hopefully nothing unpleasant.
We're going to a
lurking
mine.
around down there.
I can see why you turned this one down.
Let's get the circus
Indeed.
going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose sooner
They're
than
they're ready to leave post haste as soon as you guys are ready.
I'm ready.
We're ready. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Let's get this
Yeah.
shit show over
Without
with.
any further ado, you guys, would you like to do anything in town before you head out?
Go to sleep. It's just sorry. Don't worry about me. I've just gotten here in town just
Sorry, lads.
a
No,
few hours ago, and I'm afraid I didn't get a chance to settle in. But
I'm afraid you'll have to sleep on the road. We must be
Yes.
going post haste.
Oh, do you have a cart?
again,
Oh yes, we have several carts, but unfortunately no more room for passengers, so you'll have to walk alongside.
Hmm.
Am I back yet?
Yeah, you finished your harvesting while they were having their conversation and beverages.
I was born not walking.
Just gonna say, if we're tired, we can't really defend you very well.
I was born getting
Well-
right.
You appear to be pretty well off as adventurers go. Perhaps you should purchase some transportation.
No purchase. We got this.
We've already gotten a ride arranged.
Looks
for it.
like your friends have slept well enough.
Here, God, we got this. We don't need their help.
He looks at you and he's like, I suppose some of them could stand to shed a few pounds. He's like, you're walking. Don't damage those bags. I'll
Okay.
clear some space in one of the carts for you.
You guys can ride in cart.
me? Oh,
Yes.
thank you. Okay.
Well, if you guys are quite ready, we must be on our way. I know it's midday already, but the dark won't kill us.
Let us move.
Here, God, we'd like to ride in style.
Yes.
All right. When we get outside,
Bring the whip.
I want to cast a spell twice. I'm going to cast Conjure Animals. The first animal I'm going to conjure is a giant rhinoceros for myself.
This massive beast just manifests itself from thin air, and it lumbers around, and it sort of like walks up, and it like gives you a nuzzle with its big horn, and it's like it doesn't say anything because it's a rhinoceros, but it's
when did
friendly.
That's hey,
What is?
When did you?
Where did it?
What?
I learned new
It's a
tricks,
unicorn.
When?
It's a stone unicorn.
but I
Unicorn.
on my adventures I learned tricks. Would you like one too? Second animal, I will conjure 4 war horses. There you go, Shell. You can have one.
Okay.
We ride.
They see us roll.
We ride.
Orion walks up and he's like, "Hey, big man, you got some room on that spiky beast?"
There's an extra seat in the carriages, Orion. You ride shotgun.
There's extra horse too.
Ah,
No, I was
you
gonna say,
gotta
yeah.
shove me in the carriages.
It's just that there's an extra horse.
You can ride on the front of the rhino.
See 1, 2, 3, 4. He's in the cart.
What about show?
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry,
Yeah,
I've
keep-
already taken that
yeah.
feet in the.
He's got the rhino and then the horses.
I get to pull
How
animal.
kind of you.
Yes.
And he mounts one of the
That's so
mighty
cool.
war horses. Make me think of that stupid horse video that I'm gonna have to show all of you on the break.
No, you're not.
Horse video?
And this is funny. You'll appreciate it if you like. How's your sense of humor?
I like comedy.
It's like stupid funny.
That is comedy.
Okay, yes, then you'll like it. Anyways, yeah, you guys, they get all their stuff together and you guys depart. Someone roll me safe travels.
Don't worry, we got a giant rhinoceros.
So you guys head off to the north. Darkness descends on your party. And it's not very long before you come to a bridge across a little stream that crosses through the road. And there's a torchlight on it. And as you walk up, there's a solitary man standing on it.
I'm not walking up.
All right. As the head of the caravan walks up towards it,
Oi, rat driver! No!
they stop, and the man begins to walk forward towards you guys. but he doesn't appear to be armed. At least, he doesn't have any of his weapons branded.
Already inflict wounds.
He's like, which one of you is in charge?
Why did we stop?
I would like.
I'm striding up with the warhorse with like my spell ready. What do you want?
I'm next to him with my great sword out.
Just patrol across the bridge.
There's
I'm
no
gonna
pull.
insight deck him real quick to see if he's any kind of official.
Go ahead.
That's a natural 18, and I have I think a +4 or 5. So
He's clearly not any sort of official. When you investigate outside your cart, you sort of notice that he's up there talking to this man. And you can see them in the torchlight, and it's a quiet night, so you could probably hear their discourse.
I rolled a 21 to hit him with inflict wounds.
Yeah, you're gonna hit him.
Okay. Let's break open the sheet here. Haven't had to use it.
Oh boy. Olavi gets to see you assaulting a random stranger. For no apparent
For
reason.
no reason.
Not the first time a random stranger's been assaulted by her.
Oh boy.
Oh, I actually had +6. God damn. I hit him with a 24. I deal him 14 damage. Excuse me.
All right, everybody who's out, go ahead and roll initiative.
Oh, by the way, your horses get initiative too.
I got
If you're going to use them in battle,
24. Yep. Wait, what?
your horses get initiative too. If you're going to use them in battle.
I wasn't planning on it.
Oh, nice.
Wow. Nat 20, Doctor.
Nice.
All right, we'll go ahead and put Kjorgar up front.
I got a 24.
Corellia next. And the enemy at the dead last, probably. Okay.
15. Sensible.
Osborne.
18.
Gunnar.
14.
All right. Kjorgar, you're up first.
For initiative.
You strike him with your spell, and he reels back and like sort of reaches for his weapons, but he's not quick enough to draw before you have a chance to strike again.
I'm gonna roll the hit with my hammer.
Classic.
Yes. Quite classic. It's gonna miss, and then as a bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon and roll to hit with that. And that's also gonna miss.
Oh no!
The first hit was a 12, to be fair, but
Yeah.
To be fair,
I'm assuming that missed.
All right, you take a mighty swing, and even your spiritual weapon swings low at him, and he just
jumping off a horse. What do you want from me?
he definitely hops over it and looks at you quite scornfully as he draws
I
the weapon.
request that the horse attacks too.
The horse listens to
Order
you.
the horse to attack and give you an animal handling. We'll see if it understands you.
Don't they have their own attack?
They do, and they obey the party. They are friendly to me and my party and obey the commands.
But generally, you have to be on a horse to command it, and since they don't speak horse.
They speak the languages that we speak. It speaks all languages I speak. It literally says it in the spell. It speaks all languages I speak. So it speaks common, orc.
So the horse talks?
No,
It
just
understands.
Oh, I was gonna say that's really unsettling.
Let's do one horse's stat block real quick.
It can charge with a hoof attack. Can moves 20 feet in a straight line, and then if it hits, and it has ability to knock them prone.
What's the bonus to hit?
+6.
Jeez. That'll be a 14.
It's 2d6 plus 4.
That doesn't hit. The horse charges forward and tries to pound this man into the ground, and he's like, "Oh no!" And he just sort of dives to the side,
So
just
you're
barely escaping. No, he rolls back to his feet. He does some parkour,
Oh,
and he's standing there with his weapon drawn.
You have requested death.
Clearly, by simply asking you for a toll. God forbid. Osborne. No, I mean Carillion. It's now your turn.
okay.
You witness these.
Okay, well, I want to get off the horse because my horse is not going to go into battle. Since he hasn't taken a turn in combat yet, assassin that gives me advantage against him.
Of course it does.
So,
Go on and gank him.
okay.
Don't kill him. I want to kill him with my rhino.
Does he have gore?
He does. He's got
Oh
he's got
my
charging
God.
gore,
Oh, wow.
That's
so he does an extra 2
That's how I
D8
killed
damage.
that character in fucking Icewind Dale with the woolly mammoth.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. He one-shot my character for full health first round, first turn in the entire session.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Well, that's a
And one
24 to
shot.
hit.
That's impressive. What's that?
24 to hit.
I'm
I'm also using sharpshooter, so.
Yeah.
See. See.
So that would have been a 29 without the sharpshooter.
Once.
Yeah. Elf Director.
See.
What do you do with your elf
21.
eyes?
31 damage.
Yeah, how you want to do this?
Straight through the head.
Thankfully.
Yeah, it sails straight through his head and off into the dark, and you hear "Ah!" as one of his minions who is hiding in the bushes also gets hit with that same arrow and stumbles out with it jutting from his shoulder. He's like, "I surrender! Please don't kill me!" And the rest of them, you hear shuffling in the bushes, moving away from you. Everyone else that was waiting in ambush scatters as their leader falls to the ground before you, dead. He's like, I just wanted to feed my kids. We're only gonna ask for like 10 silver.
Maybe you shouldn't have set up an ambush then.
That was only his insurance, which we clearly needed. It's like,
Well, maybe you'll think to get a better insurance company next time.
Kurt, do
We want to
we
think of a better way to get gold. I mean,
let them go?
We let them go
No.
with merely their lives as payment.
No, I'll pet the rhino. No killing today.
Not yet.
does any of you have any healing ability?
No.
I do, but it's not for you. Walking.
I'm afraid you're quite on the opposite end of the law. Helping you would be considered a crime in itself.
Well, to be fair, you attacked us, and everybody who was in the bushes had done nothing illegal up until this point.
To be fair, you were setting up an illegal ambush and an illegal crossing toll.
And that arrow would be considered an act of God.
We were out here camping, and this is
You literally
unregulated
just
land.
gave yourself up a moment ago.
Nonsense, I never said such a
You
thing.
literally said you
I'm gonna ruffle through the pockets of the one that we killed.
This guy's still arguing with us.
With investigation, it'll be a 16 or a 17. I haven't looked yet.
He's still arguing, yes.
I'm going to come up and
you-
slap his rhino on the ass.
Animal handling. With advantage, because, you're good at that stuff. I'll give that to you this time. You find exactly 15 gold, 12 silver, and about 30 copper.
25.
Sorry, dealing with house things.
I don't remember what I just said, so you'll have to...
15 gold.
Copper. 15 gold, 30 copper.
And
It's a 25.
12
I would
silver.
like to tell him to charge towards the guy.
Doing the slap and you urging him forward, you absolutely do charge forward, and this terrified man tries to run. Are you going to try to run him down?
Oh yeah, it's got like 40 feet movement speed.
Yeah,
It is a charging rhino.
yeah, go ahead and do it.
I mean, he kept arguing, so it's kind of his fault. Does a 15 hit?
Yes, it does.
Alright, that will be... How much damage does this guy do?
Probably
like-
enough to kill him outright. How
It's
would you
going
like
to
to
be
do this?
4d8 plus 5.
I'm just going to assume that's going to kill him.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that the rhino, as he's running, just comes and lowers his head and then sticks the horn right through the guy's chest. And then flings him backwards.
Your rhino should be a rhinoceros. Have you seen Tigtone?
No.
I need to show you that scene later. It's quite funny. He's got the rhinoceros has a bunch of what looks like seats on its back instead of like bony ridges, and it's better if I just show you as opposed to describe it. But anyways, you slaughter this man, and he's mounted now firmly on the horn of your beast.
Let that be a lesson to anybody else that would interpose themselves between us and our destination.
You guys hear a thud as
How'd she get caught?
I can't remember his name. Sorry, my brain's not working real good today. One of the other people that looks to be like one of the hirelings just like thuds out of his sleep, and he's like, "What's all this? What's going on? Are we under attack?"
Well, we were, but now I see they might really have watched the god die.
We were never in any danger. You guys are fine.
We got
Oh
this.
well.
Yeah, I didn't even need to do anything. They stopped a whole ambush.
See, I'll like ride up to him with my rhino with the guys. Falling on the rhino's sword.
The man's just gonna stare wide-eyed, and instead of continuing to stare in horror, he's just like, "I guess I'll just go back to bed. Clearly, my services are not required."
Sweet dreams.
I think I'll go back to bed too.
He goes back and he nurses
Yeah.
himself to sleep with a bottle of liquor, and you also return to your quarters in one of the wagons. Well, without any further ado, you guys reach probably a good camping site and stop for the night. And they set up basically like a little wagon circle that's pretty defensible. Make a big fire in the middle of it for you all to sleep. You guys want to do like a guard shift or anything?
They were standard.
Classic.
Yeah. Olivia's.
Everybody takes an hour apiece until it's his turn, and then he stays up all night.
I'll take the first hour to bed down the animals and stuff and help watch.
An hour apiece. Wow.
Yeah, he only
I
transfers
only
for
need to
4
travel
hours.
for 4 hours.
We
Yeah,
could
never
good
been-
Alpines see a lot in the dark too.
Guess what?
I've never been in a
I got
group
my
with an
spell
elf,
plus
so
back.
I'm more so used to having 2 people per watch and 3 watches a night.
I mean, if you guys want to continue normal shifts while I stay up too, it's fine with me.
I mean, I was just going to save the first hour.
Now, you guys don't need the full 8 hours of sleep, so would you like to work on any downtime activity, like throughout the night while you're off shift?
Well,
Hello, Jessica.
I would still like to learn to read.
Go ahead and roll me wisdom.
You need to be using that ABC book I got you.
I am using the ABC book.
I know. You just need to
you only got
What
someone
comes after
to
B?
Well, B for cat.
You seem to be comprehending the words just a little bit better. You're now about 2/5 of the way to basic reading comprehension.
So can I read it at like a first grade level now?
Yeah, you're reading a little bit
I
better.
could read
now.
some Goosebumps.
Hey, those books are
You
good.
missed out on last week, but this is the dragon that holds our keep. It's got big.
I see that.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate dragon.
Oh,
That's not canon, by the way. That's just the fan art.
Okay.
Yeah, we came up with that.
Yes, but
That'd be horrible.
yeah, nothing. Who's on first shift? And
Oh,
I thought it was.
He-
Yeah,
he
he's
wanted
on
to go
first.
yeah, you bed the animals down, and nothing particularly happens. You have some time to read your book before you go to bed, and you make the progress that we previously discussed. Who's up next?
Do second shift.
All right, Gunnar. Is there anything you're working on, or are you just keeping watch?
Keeping watch, just chilling.
Give me a perception check.
11.
It's a beautiful night. Nothing appears to be amiss.
Perfect.
Your shift passes, and nothing interesting happens at all.
alright.
Who's up next?
I'll take it.
All right. Are you working on any downtime
For
activities?
the downtime, I'll just be mending some clothing or some of the wagon materials that seem to be not doing so great.
Okay. Yeah, you do so quite skillfully, and you fix a lot of the coverings for the thing quite efficiently in the hour. And most of your vehicles now have no obvious leaks or damage.
Okay, good.
They are fairly well maintained, so there wasn't too much for you to fix, but I'm sure they'll be quite appreciative either way.
12.
You observe the same thing that Gunnar observed. It's a gorgeous night, although it's gradually getting cooler as the winter rapidly approaches. Another thing you notice is an odd stillness about the world. This is basically the same thing you observed in town, but it's almost as if the world itself is mourning the loss of Balder.
I'll say a momentary prayer and then continue my watch.
All right, who's up next?
That was 4 hours, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I came out of my trance. I'll do the rest of it.
Would you like to work on any downtime?
Something with the ghost hand. Like, is it... Because I know the hand, at least, is solid, can grab things, but then there was a part where the arm... The arm also solid, or no?
The arm is like ethereal. Like there's a trail of energy that appears like from your stub going to the arm.
So I want to practice being able to kind of like make my hand just be able to go through things, to go through objects.
So like just to at will like pass through a solid object to perhaps grasp something on the other side. Go ahead and roll me wisdom.
9.
You're not quite able to make any progress tonight, but you feel like you're just on the edge of discovering something that might help you do what you're trying to do. And roll me perception when you can.
15.
You notice something bright, unusually bright for the evening, off on the horizon in the direction of the Lake Superior, the one that you crossed over in your spiritual journey. You look at it, you squint your eyes a little bit, and it has the silhouette of a giant ship descending from the heavens. It appears to be on fire. It fills you with a deep sense of mourning, and you swear you could hear some sad music off on the horizon.
The world's smallest violin.
I can make violent noises. I'm not gonna try. Do you do anything with this information?
I'll remember it later for the party, and I'll let them know once everybody wakes up.
Okay. The ship rapidly descends from the sky, and beyond the mountains to the north, you can only assume in the direction of Lake Superior. Yeah, and that's pretty much all that happens. Nothing else happens during your shift. Your shift comes to an end, and the sun once again begins to rise as morning sets upon the world. It's nice and cool. You guys wake up feeling well rested, those of you that were asleep, so just about everybody. And the only thing you seem to notice is there's a bunch of plants around the wagon circle that weren't there previously.
Osborne, was that you?
No, did not sing to those plants. Should I talk to them?
Yes.
If you could figure out what happened, I
What are
guess.
they doing?
Yeah.
Why have these plants descended from?
I'll go talk to them in plant talk. Say, hey, what are you guys doing?
The response is
I
rather
don't
slow,
understand it either.
as the planet's mind doesn't move too quickly. You're well familiar with this. It's like, we sensed one who could sing the song, and we sought you out.
Would you like song?
We created.
I'll turn to Kurgard. They want song. Not your song, Kurgard. My song.
Oh, sing them the song.
Alright, I'll sing them my plant song.
Roll me a performance with advantage because this is your particular ability.
Just not gonna help much.
Would you like to assist?
But yeah, I see him about to start singing, and I'm like, pull out my lute. No, sorry, my lyre.
Okay.
And I strum along, and I would like to give you a bardic inspiration.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna help a little bit.
But not just that. A small ethereal shoe seems to flow about your head, as the bardic inspiration seems to gather around your ears.
You have a ghost shoe hovering gently above your head.
don't know what shoe is, but I will gladly accept
Well,
it.
actually above Selleck's head, because Selleck is planted firmly on your skull.
Mhm.
Those of you that haven't noticed before, there's a very large spider. Some of you know him as Selleck, but you notice a very large spider up there as you spin along. Ow, that's loud.
And you get 2d8s
Ooh.
for this specific check.
So that will
You may
be
choose the large.
Oh,
You may
okay.
choose one.
then that will be a 21.
It's fantastic, and all the plants begin to sway of their own accord, even though there's no wind. And you could almost your ears could hear it. You could hear them singing along, and they begin to grow. What was some ordinary sized saplings very rapidly grows into a grove of trees before your very eyes. And then everything is once again still once you cease your song.
When you finish, the shoe, the ethereal shoe, also disappears.
There we go. Plants are happy.
I
Oh,
sort of
in a-
like imagine it as like a spinning icon,
And a
almost
blink
like
of
in a
music.
game.
And then I would like to hug each tree.
They accept it gratefully, and they thank you for the life that you've given them.
Are you done hugging shit? Can we move on with our day?
Hey, don't give me shit. I will take back the horse.
Maybe he needs a hug.
No, I do not need a hug.
Yes, it does sound like he needs a hug.
I would like to go and hug Gunnar.
You may go to hug Gunnar. Gunnar, you see Osborne walking towards you with his arms outstretched. You know what he's about to do.
I'm also still playing a little ditty that has gotten up in pace.
Yes, and it makes it quite humorous to everyone else who's watching this exchange.
If I give you a hug, can we go?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any? How would you describe the tune that you're playing as these
So-
two embrace in the middle of everybody
goes-
just woken up with bleary eyes?
And then it ends when the hug is finished.
Typical how it goes.
Sir Francis Drake walks up clapping. He's like, "Splendid, splendid. Now we must be on our way. Stop all that. Stop all that. Let's be on."
All right, I'll hop back on my rhino.
I must say, I've never seen a creature quite that shape or size before. Creature, what is it?
It is a rhinoceros. I found it in a book.
Rhinoceros.
Interesting. Was this book in the library back in town, perhaps?
No, it is a book from my druid friends. It taught me the druid way.
Oh, so they probably wouldn't let
Jess is gonna fix
someone like me read it, would they?
No, secret of druids.
Ah, shame that. Well, anyways, let's be off. Let's be off. You,
What?
what happened to your arm?
She
Are
was
you-
hungry.
Are you just now noticing that?
Yes, of course. That's why I asked.
Okay. Well, it
It takes me a full day to see that.
was an accident of sorts.
Well, I see that you have a bow on your back. Is
Mhm.
that you like to imagine using it?
Well, in case you didn't
Do
notice,
you like to imagine living? I would halt your insults, or at least what you may not see as insults. I would be more mindful of your words.
I have not said anything that's insulting. I'm merely pointing out the obvious, my friend.
in case you haven't noticed, the one
How
who's
long
trying
till
to
we
take the
get there?
toll was killed with an arrow.
How long
Who do you
till
think
we get
that came
there and
from?
back?
I don't know. I was fast asleep, my friend.
All right
Hope
then.
not.
Well, let's continue on like you said.
Yes, yes.
You're
let's be on
holding
our
up the
way.
journey.
He goes ahead and he hops up into his cart, and then sort of like cracks the whip and blows a whistle, and everybody gets going on.
Good.
Did you guys head steadily north?
Taking
It's
him back to horses.
pretty early in the morning. Someone roll me safe travels.
Not me.
18.
Yeah, you guys don't find anything unusual along the road, and you make it in the vicinity of the mine just as night is once again setting upon the land. There's a a very chill breeze in the air as winter inches just ever and ever closer. You guys get to the base of the mountain. It's just about where the mine entrance is supposed to be. You know it's in this vicinity, but you're not sure exactly where. It's a rather crude map.
I'm gonna start checking for any old trails using my survival.
Absolutely.
Hey, 17 plus whatever the hell I have.
You do find, you go off to the side, and you find what looks like what was once a pretty well-trodden trail, and you could see cart lines and like other stuff was dragged up and down this area. So this is probably the path that they used to move their supplies along. It was just hidden a little bit off to the side of the road.
Boy, Francis,
Yes,
look at that.
it looks like a trail. I'm assuming that would be our trail. Come along, come along. We must be off. And
Indeed.
Borgar's getting ready to kill this man.
Yes.
He's just gonna pick him up and twist his little neck. You guys are in an awfully killy mood today.
Good job, right?
They've been quite diplomatic the previous few times, so it's quite a surprise.
It's because he's being an asshole.
He's being a dick to me and my friends.
We're about to play tug of war with his ass.
Yeah, it's pulling apart like when they used to tie someone to two horses and have them run in opposite directions.
Hey, good news is we have at least 2 horses.
We can draw and quarter him. We have 4 horses.
You guys make your way up the trail. It's a little slow going for the carts as it's not it hasn't been very well maintained recently. And you get to a clearing up towards the base of the mountain, and you can see the entrance of this mine. Allow me to describe it for you. So you walk up, and the first thing you notice that the entrance of this mine is barricaded, and it's barricaded with, odds and ends, like random pieces of wood, some broken down mining equipment, basically whatever was on hand. And you also notice there's a bunch of random pickaxes and mining equipment on the ground. Would anybody like to investigate this?
Yes, I would.
I'm also going to pick up a pickaxe for myself.
That's
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Roll your investigation.
Of course. Oh, it's almost a natural one. But don't worry. It is a dirty 20. God.
Damn.
Oh yeah, he's got some sick, nasty bonuses.
Investigation. Just +1.
You look around at a lot of these discarded metal tools, and they're heavily corroded. Some of them appear to be eaten away by something. In fact, you pick up a pickaxe and notice there's a huge bit of it missing, like something took a bite out of it, and the whole thing just sort of crumbles into rust as you handle it.
Do we take down barrier?
I tossed the pickaxe handle aside, and I put my normal shield is wood, so I'll just keep that out, and I'm gonna single hand my other crossbow. Actually, is the light crossbow single-handable? No, it's not. Put a shield on my back and take my crossbow out.
Barrier
This-
goes bye-bye now?
This doesn't bode well. It's like something's actually eaten this metal. Anybody here happen to use metal weapons?
Not yet.
Let me know when. We can get in easily.
Oh dear. Well,
You guys hear something rustling from some crates just to the right of the entrance.
Smash
One
it.
of them is just wobbling back and
Smash
forth,
it.
sort of like in a circle.
Boy, what the hell are you?
There's no response. You hear some scratching around.
I'm gonna pull out my longbow.
I'll call out Rat. Hello?
Something responds, but it doesn't respond in rat. The barrel tips over, and 2 really chubby raccoons tumble out.
Raccoons.
Well, Nothing to be worried
Yeah,
about.
they scurry over to you right away, realizing that you're very likely a friend.
We're not
And
keeping
they
the
share
record.
some of their trash with you. They have well, not really old, but old food that is quite spoiled that they hand to you.
I will take it and wash it and pretend to eat it.
They're quite pleased by this. They skitter back off into the trash and meet Mary.
We're not keeping them.
They're the perfect pet for him, though. He's always in the trash.
We're not keeping every animal you find.
We already have one trash panda. We don't need to.
Sir Francis Drake walks up and he sort of like eyes the entrance up and down. It's like, looks like the fools might not have abandoned this place after all. Look at all the effort they went through to keep us out. Worry not. I'll send these vagabonds packing once we're inside. And he pulls out like a little rapier and he wiggles it about.
After
And
you.
what is a quite unimpressive display of swordsmanship.
So
He
prepare
thinks this is impressive.
Vincenzo,
Have him go first.
open this entrance for us. And a man walks up. He's got long dark hair and a steel breastplate. And he's like, no problem. And he goes ahead and he goes into his sack. And he pulls out what looks like several sticks of dynamite. And he goes ahead and just sets them right up there by the entrance. And he lights that up. And he's like, you may wish to step back.
Yeah, I want to get as far
Boy,
back as
We've got
I need
something
to.
better and less loud.
I'm afraid it's too late, my friend.
What?
No, it's not. You didn't push that ignition box yet.
Oh, it's on a fuse. You can go cut it, but I ain't going over there. You got about 10 seconds. Roll me
I'm
dexterity.
gonna roll to not do that. And I'm gonna walk the fuck away, knowing that this is a lost cause and he's retarded.
Yeah, the dynamite goes off and blows apart this barricade, and the entrance just sort of like shudders a little bit, and the explosion echoes around the surrounding woods, and then silence follows.
No,
big idiot.
Was there not like a
Voila!
quieter way to do this?
Oh, there was.
Oh yeah, I have Rhino. Rhino easily.
I would
get in.
suggest refraining from explosives in the future. You said this is an old mine shaft. If it's that old, it could collapse.
I could use smaller charge.
Yeah, how about we just not do that?
Yeah.
We have big Rhino. We don't need your stupid stuff.
Stupid. Friend, I got enough dynamite here to level a fortress.
Well,
I ain't gonna use it.
why don't you save that for when you actually start mining? We're just here to scout and make sure everything's okay.
Oh,
And to clear out anything that is a danger.
they pay me for the boom. But if the boom is not required, I shall retire to my quarters then.
Stop.
What? Are you gonna smack him?
Oh no! I rolled to take a torch out and light his bag with the explosive on fire, and he rolled to throw it. I rolled an 18 plus whatever bonuses you want.
Yeah, the bag is on fire. He's gonna roll opposing dexterity. What'd you roll, Randy?
He's going for a ride.
He has gift dice.
Yeah.
Alright, you pick this man up as if he were a spear. And you grab him by the bottom of his breastplate, and you full on Herculean throw him into the woods, like in between some trees. He is quick enough to pull the quick releases on his back and chuck the pack ahead of him, which tumbles into the surrounding forest, and a moment later, it erupts into flames. Now a good portion of the forest is on fire, and your ears are ringing.
I would like to charge this man with my Rhino.
Of course, I'm also charging.
Why? Why do you guys do this?
Set the forest on fire! I gotta kill him now.
You guys set the forest on fire.
I didn't notice him do it. I just saw this guy.
He touched the dynamite last, not me.
He's the one who threw the bag instead of taking it like a man.
Oh my dear lord, what am I
They're not usually this bad, I promise.
No, normally they're decent, sociable beings. Yeah, what are you guys doing?
I decided immediately upon his demeanor that I didn't like him.
HE roll initiative.
I look to the dwarves as I'm
Oh.
rolling for initiative, and I say, "Mine is yours now."
16.
17.
21.
Hold on. I gotta get everybody in order. So, Osborne's gonna be up here. Unar gonna be over here. What you get, Krillian?
17.
17. Unar, what you have again?
16.
Okay.
7.
Oh, Bobby?
18 or
19. Enemies last.
Jeez.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, by the way, we're at a good.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break right before this combat. Thank everybody for tuning in. We'll be right back in about 10 minutes. Hello and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. Small retcon. It was not the demolitions guy that was thrown into the forest, but Sir Francis Drake himself, with the backpack full of explosives strapped to him, which he skillfully tossed into the forest ahead of him, narrowly escaping instant incineration. And he has fallen just below the rising flames as the entire party charges down on him, and no one moves to defend him as they don't particularly like him. So, you guys, those of you that are riding this man down, Osborne, what are you doing?
So I want to charge with my rhino. And him does I'm sure it's going to hit a nat 20 plus 5.
Yes, it's going to hit Sir Francis Drake, the unarmed gnome.
Not these.
He was armed with explosives.
He's about to get obliterated.
When I put the backpack on, he was at least. I armed him. Don't worry.
34 points of damage.
You launch him full force with the horn of the rhinoceros, and it sends him flipping into the trees. He bounces off of several of them that are on fire, mind you, and descends into the raging inferno that is now the forest next to this cave. And not a sound is heard other than the breeze quickly spreading the flames in the direction of the south, and the crisping of his bones.
All right, then I would like to cast.
Delightful. I'm going to use create water to create a fire break.
I was still my axe. That was my rhino's axe.
We're out of combat.
Yeah,
Oh, I know, but I'm going to cast wall of water.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to cast wall of water on the fire.
All right, you do so.
That's an even
A giant wall of water washes over the forest, quenching the rapidly spreading flames. Thankfully, because they were heading directly south towards the nearest town in the vicinity. What is it? I gotta look up his name real quick. Sorry for my lizard brain today. Milo just sort of like walks up to you boys and he's like, "Well, welcome to my mine." It was a tragic accident that befell Sir Francis Drake.
It was.
As he set off some fireworks he wasn't qualified to handle and tripped into the raging inferno of the forest, which I saw you brave adventurers put out very skillfully.
That ladies
Now-
and gentlemen-
Indeed.
that, ladies and
Congratulations on your ownership of the mine.
Thank you. Luckily, I have the keys to the strong box where the deed is stored.
Indeed.
Now, would you like to help me and my companions explore this this
Of
mine?
course we would. You're much more.
Isn't it night? Should we not rest first?
That's how Mortis runs.
Well, I mean, you guys did travel all day, so you could choose to rest, or you could just go down in the cave and get it out of the
I'll
way.
say leave it to them, honestly. Like, if the...
No, I'm saying should we rest before we go in the cave?
No, I was going to say, I'm saying leave it to the explorers. They're weaker than us. Most of us don't need the rest yet, so...
I don't want to go to the little ass cave.
Milo hears your discourse and he's like, I'm ready to start right now. If my men begin to get weary, we'll come back out and we'll set up tents, but we're pretty eager and not ready to sleep after witnessing that display.
You want us to help you with the investigation of the tunnels?
Yes, I'd be greatly obliged if you could, lad.
Now, does anybody remember if that was part of the request of the quest? Does anybody remember?
It wasn't, but as a dwarven person, he does deserve to be able to take back ownership of this mine for the dwarves. And me personally sees that as just.
Well,
And the deal with Sir Francis Drake will hold true. I will give you a portion of the gold that we harvest.
oh, I see. Well,
While they talk, I would like to talk to the trees down there, get some seed, and then replant the forest that was burned.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you may absolutely do so. Describe to me what you're doing.
So I'm like getting like acorns or whatever seeds the trees provide and putting them in with the ashes, considering ash would make the ground more fertile. And
Are you gonna
sing
sing?
the song?
As you do, new trees sprout up where the old ones once were, and there's a bunch of mighty saplings where you planted those acorns. What were you saying, Les?
Oh, well, if we're to help you with this portion, and especially with how dangerous it seems it might be, given the evidence of a potential metal-eating creature down there, I'd love to help you, but I'm afraid we'll have to have all of this set into the records of our guild. So that will require a full agreement, which includes a full another round of payments.
Lass.
No?
Don't worry about that part. We regale the guild with everything that we've done. And those that have seen our work back us up on that.
If it will put your
you're
mind
one
at
of those
rest,
types of
lads.
groups.
I could write us up an agreement here before we go in that you
We're
are
no
you are to be
simple
paid.
adventuring band.
It's
We
not
are
necessary.
a party.
The little one doesn't speak for all of us.
It seems I don't. But I suppose this is a different type of group.
Yes, my friend, rest your mind. Worry not. We're always repaid, whether that be by glory or by monetary, means. You did need money, did you not?
Yes. Of course. But if we, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were that type of group. But sure, of course.
Orion walks
it's gonna-
up, listening
it's
to your
gonna be some time to get
discourse,
used
and he's
to.
like, "What do you mean that type of group?"
The type of group that does well, and people, we don't need to speak for ourselves. Most people will speak for us and our deeds.
Oh yes, of course. So, what you think of that short
What do
stuff?
you mean? I'm scared.
That's reasonable. These men are savages. I considered myself uncultured before meeting them. Now I know that it could be worse.
She said all monsters in that.
Well, shall we?
Of course.
Sure.
We'll never be allowed in another group again.
Orion walks
Don't worry,
straight
you
into
don't
the
need
open
another
mouth
group.
of the cave.
The only group we need.
That's that. Orion looks over his shoulder. He's like,
It's okay.
"You
What?
keep that hand to yourself."
I'll
Thank
smack
you.
him again.
No, he doesn't do that.
You hear a whisper.
This time he catches it. He's like, "You're becoming predictable."
I'll slap him with my other hand.
With the real hand, he's like, "Your hands are surprisingly soft, but don't do that."
See the glove? Filled with lotion. Little mice and men for you.
Anyways, yeah, here you guys are at the open mouth of the cave. It appears it is made out of cave. It looks exactly like you would expect a standard cave to look, and it has a single solitary mine track descending down the shaft into the darkness beyond where you're seeing. What?
It's funny because he gets to hear me do these kind of descriptions. Like when people roll bad, I'm like, yes, this appears to be made of this. So he's getting to see like the whole interaction of the normal group and where it comes from.
See where it comes from.
Yeah, we do that.
This is quite the
Also,
experience.
I had a map that disappeared when my computer was reset that I'm pulling up now.
That's shameful.
So if you'll give me just one moment,
No.
So how big is this cave?
I'll take
Where's the cave?
How big is can it fit a rhinoceros?
Probably
No,
not.
you're
It's a
rhinoceros.
dwarven cave,
Yeah.
bro.
Let's try it, okay?
Basically everything.
Dwarven structures are fucking huge.
Yeah, it is sizable, but they haven't really had time to dig it out yet. Like it's still pretty natural. They haven't widened it and reinforced it like they normally
How are
would.
you dealing with the combat? The rhinoceros charges through all the tunnels.
I'm a fucking horse. Get out of my way. Anyway,
Call me steady, small children. I'll grow some more.
yeah, You guys enter the waiting maw of the cave and descend into the darkness. Those of you with dark vision see everything in shades of gray. Those of you with normal eyes, you see nothing but darkness, and you hear the drip drop of drip drops
But
as
how-
they descend from the stalactite
Oh, yeah.
hanging from the ceiling.
Who can't see?
Gotta check. I've never played a halfling before.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know if halfling.
I gotta
I
check.
don't
I
think
can't
they
see.
do.
Do you?
Racial traits.
Hey, TJ. Do you?
No,
No, I do not.
Well, shit.
I do not.
No?
All
Someone's
right.
actually going to have to light a torch. You want to give that to two
But
people, right?
Wait, some of your animals might though.
That's what I'm looking. Well, I don't know if they have dark vision, but they got like keen hearing and smell.
Okay, we're gonna go with that, and
I think
I'm
I'm
gonna.
good.
Actually, oh, I
I'm
leveled up. I
leveled
might
up.
have more people though.
Yeah, look at that and let me know.
Yeah,
Well,
I.
I've got a way to see in the dark if nobody else can come up with something other than torches. Of course, it'll just be
Well,
torches.
so I have a feature that lets me share my dark vision, but I don't know
you
if
can
it's
just find out how many people you share it with.
Yeah, for that.
It's like, Orion speaks out. This cave's awfully peaceful.
3. I have 3 now. 1, 2, 3. Boom.
Orion's
Done.
still blind though, so
You guys can now see various shades of gray. For those of you that haven't experienced this before already, so mainly just you, this is a strange experience, but you adapt to it quickly.
I think we need some companions to help us out.
The gods, let me share my sight.
As you have little like whimsical smoke billowing out of your.
Jorgar smokes a pipe on the side. He gets the coins from him.
It's a good business relationship. Orion just sort of like looks around at you guys, just like, well, are we checking out this cave, or are we standing around looking at each other?
can you see?
No,
Okay.
that's why I'm awfully confused.
I'm gonna smack him in the mouth.
Good. Don't smack him in the mouth. He's stronger than you. Actually, no, you have an 18 in strength now, so I don't know.
You can smack him in the mouth if you want to.
I would like to. I would like to cast a spell.
He's friend.
What would you like to
food.
cast?
Conjure animals. I want to summon 4 apes.
They can see in the dark.
Nope, but we got giant ass
What
ape now.
the
We got
You guys
got
hear the
you
sound of like, oh, oh, like some random ape noises and some like they like add around the cave. You can hear them bumbling against the walls and like into each other.
I'll tell them to hold like have 2 on each side and hold my hands, and then like to hold the hands behind them.
Those of you that can see, there's now a chain of 4 giant apes holding hands with Osborne, and Orion's just sort of like reaching around, and he just sort of like reaches up on your face, Trilly, and he's like, "Well, that feels like shelf."
Are there any
Ow.
barrels for the monkeys?
No,
There's some barrels outside. You could bring them along.
but they're about to have flaming swords.
Oh,
Orion goes ahead and he lights up a torch. He's like, "Perfect. Now I can see."
Oh, yes.
Well, I was just you could have just held on to somebody, but now you're just gonna let everything know.
Yeah, but I can't shoot if I can't see.
Yeah, but you can't see beyond your torchlight.
I'll throw the torch. I
Don't-
can't shoot with one hand either.
Don't worry. I've got a personal spell that can help with the darkness.
Okay, I'll put this out then. And he goes
Yeah,
ahead and-
just put it out, and I'm gonna cast Dancing Lights.
Well, that works. I was just going to
Okay.
give my apes a flaming sword.
Hey, more flames, more fire. Don't worry about it.
Just 3
I'm going to keep one flame by him. I'm going to keep the other flames just sort of about the party.
Okay, yeah. So the area is now, is it dim light or is it's bright light, isn't it?
It is dim light in 10 feet.
Gotcha.
From each
So
point.
anyone without dark vision will have disadvantage on their attack. So if you have shared dark vision, you're fine. But in dim light, you have disadvantage while attacking.
So
So that's
pretty much only
basically just Orion.
Yeah.
Orion and 4 apes.
Yeah, the apes. You can hear them gently as they like
God,
do their thing. It now smells gross in there, by the way. Like the combined smell of Osborne and the apes is rather unpleasant.
Pretty strong.
The shaft descends straight down for quite a distance. The only really smooth portion of it is the floor, which they managed to clear away to make like a single mine track, at least for this portion of the renovations.
Is there a mine cart nearby that is on the track?
No, it appears most of the mine carts were taken apart to make that barricade. From what
Okay.
I say.
Waving to our buddies. What's up, Danish?
Hey, brother, welcome back. It's good to have you here.
All right, sorry.
No, you're fine. I like to engage more in the chat. I'm just always so preoccupied.
Yeah, that's why I keep it over here. That's why I'm like, oh, it's the homies.
Hell yeah, brother. All right. Anyway, so you guys, there's no carts around. You could see a few scattered remnants of what was clearly carts. You could see the metal wheels on the ground, but nothing else usable remaining. Not in this portion of the mine.
All right.
What are you guys doing?
Just slowly. I want to have my longbow out, but slowly making our way down the mine.
All right. Orion goes along with you guys. What's the marching order?
Well, nobody can be behind me because I got 4 apes.
Okay. You'll be in the back.
I guess I'll be in the.
Just no jumping on the bed.
I'll be second since I got range.
It could have been worse. I could have
Second to last?
No,
Or-
second in the order since
Okay.
Gunnar's first.
Orion will be right next to you then. Where are you going to be at, Korgar?
I'll just take up the back since I have my crossbow out and not my shield, and I'm also gonna pop Shield of Faith.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll be in the back just behind the gaggle of monkeys.
Then I shall be in the center.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lady says hello.
Hi, Sarah. Welcome. Sarah.
I'm not streaming. I'm doing creepy husband voice.
Yeah. Are you asleep? Because it's my bed. Yeah. So you guys descend a little bit deeper into the cave, and it's a pretty regular passage, only gently shifting right and left here and there. You get to what looks like another barricade, and it looks like it was erected in roughly the same manner. And there's a sign there in Dwarvish. Those of you that could speak Dwarvish understand it.
Those look like words to me.
I actually know Dwarvish.
You
Well,
you
your
use your
elf
elf eyes, and your elf eyes pierce through the darkness, and they see. It says, "Stay out." You almost hear it in a thick Dwarvish accent, although they're just words.
It appears to say "Stay out."
That certainly goes against our
That
plan.
sign won't stop me. I don't know how to read it.
I'm going to ask my apes, do you guys know how to read Orvish? Because I don't.
You don't know how to read comments.
No.
Can he slowly teach things? He summons things. If they're the same creatures and aren't vanquished.
If you name one and it doesn't get killed, and you remember the name each time, I will let you slowly tutor it to read.
Jeffrey.
But you must first learn to read yourself.
Hungry.
All right. I'm going to name one Harambe.
Maybe
Oh, no.
peace.
Hopefully this one will survive.
Yeah, so you guys are at this blockade. There appears to be no way around it, but you could probably knock it down with enough effort.
All right, strong people, go knock it down.
All right, 4 apes, your jobs.
Run that.
Harambe and minions go.
They go ahead and they gorilla spin towards it, and it doesn't last very long before it comes clattering to the ground with a great bit of noise that fills the entire cave and then gently echoes back to you. And then nothing but the oppressive silence.
Speaking of,
You
The
like that?
cave goes deeper.
I feel like that noise may not have been the best plan.
I don't think there's any other way.
I don't think so either.
It's okay, we got 4 meat shields.
Yeah, that's right. Huh. I nearly lost my sense there.
we're like 4 out of the 5 dentists, basically. 4 out of 5 meat shields recommend making loud noise when you drink the
Don't worry, lass. Orion won't let you die down here.
He can't see, so he's just
I can see. Pretty
10
lady
feet.
cast lights.
You can see 10 feet.
I didn't say that. I said short lady.
I'm going to extinguish all the lights.
You guys hear a brief moment of silence. You hear, "Ah, yes, my old friend." And then you hear a sad. If you were to put a name on the instrument, it sounds like a harmonica echoing through the thing from the direction where Orion was
It's
standing.
the part from Piano Man when the frog jumps off the ledge in the meme.
I'm going to recast Dancing Lights after a minute.
His
Can have lights twerk, please?
I'm going to make them all like right near his head, though.
he's just gonna like, ow.
My ghost hand's just
So
gonna-
One moment.
Have the oath of throwing back.
One moment.
I'll teach
Okay.
Harambe to twerk.
Okay.
Can
you move those,
Abby
please?
in game?
I wanna
Emotion.
I really hope so.
Oh, thank you.
Olavi motions them away.
Thank you, Olami. I was just about to descend even deeper into madness.
Did somebody say salami?
No. I think you're hungry, Kjorgar.
Maybe.
What is he not?
That's a good question.
I'm
I
a
haven't known him
man.
long enough to say one way or the other, but he always seems hungry.
Do we have bananas?
No.
Fuck, my apes are going to be starving.
They might go ape shit.
Oh,
wait.
that's
Should we go deeper into this cave, or you want to?
so.
I suppose.
It's up to you. I'm just here because I shoot things.
I shoot
Well,
better.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
we're going deeper.
You guys descend a little bit deeper, and as you're going, you find some more randomly discarded equipment here or there, and it's not very long before you come upon a third barricade constructed in pretty much the exact same manner.
Mm.
Harambe needs to go take that one
There
down too.
appears to be some light coming from the other side of the mine, though.
Can we, like, on the other side of the barricade?
Yeah, on the other side of the barricade.
Is there holes we can try to see what it might be? Like, holes through the barricade?
Yes, there is. As you peer through, you see that the next chamber, like, it sort of like turns before it opens up into a wider area. So you could see some light coming from there, but you can't really make anything out because of the bend of the earth.
Hmm.
Cellar's too big now to go through that hole.
Yeah, we don't have a way of knowing what's on the other side.
Stellic does like stand up on his haunches, hiss at the barricade, and he does a little thing with his legs
Okay.
in a violent, threatening gesture.
Alright. I was like, before we break this barricade down, I got an idea. I would like to cast Flame Blade 3 times to give Harambe and 2 other apes Flame Blade.
Three of your apes have flaming swords. I don't believe that's concentration, right? It's just
No, it's just the verbal.
I'm gonna give the other one my war.
now the gaggle of monkeys is well armed,
And then I'll tell Harambe and his assistants go to town on the barricade.
Playing
and
the apes.
they do without any hesitation. The barricade doesn't last long, and it was pretty. This one may have been put up hastily, but it looked quite sturdy, so it's a marvel. They cut through it as if it was made out of tissue paper, and it crumbles to the ground, creating the same loud crash.
Can we see any shadows from the light coming towards us? Like anything moving towards us?
You do see some shadows, but they don't appear to be moving towards you. They're just like... Go ahead and roll me perception.
Can all of us that are seeing this roll?
Yes, everybody that's looking over there.
Oh, cool.
Not
yes.
20.
My skills of observation elude me with a natural 4.
Oh, wow, you did better than me.
I got 21.
All
I got a
right.
6.
All the monkeys have.
Everybody under a 10 is distracted by the shimmering veins of gold all along the walls of this chamber. Everybody over a 10 notices what looks like 2 horned creatures eating something on the ground.
Veiny.
Their horns appear to be
Go.
making a motion, almost like antennae, which is weird. Perhaps not horns at all.
Can I try to sneak up there and hit him with a surprise attack?
Roll me still.
Are they medium-sized beasts?
Hold
I
on.
run up and I take my hammer from the monkey and give it a hand axe.
16 for stealth.
What damage does a hand axe do?
It's a d6 of.
You are
slashing.
absolutely stealth.
Why not?
Are you guys gonna let Carillion sneak up and try to do her ninja thing?
Yes.
Well, once I attack, I'll need somebody right behind me to engage too.
I'll go with you.
prepared. I'll prepare an action.
Oh,
with
Well,
my-
as soon as I fire, somebody needs to come right in.
I'm prepared with my
I was
crossbow.
attacking compared to the monkeys.
We're up the great sword.
Yeah, as long as they rush in, as soon as I shoot.
Yeah,
then-
as soon, I'll just tell them as soon as they you shoot, they just all
Okay.
4 monkeys just go.
Well, I'm gonna creep up until I can just see whatever it is.
You look around the corner and you see 2 strange insect-like creatures eating what appears to be the remains of a mine cart. As their antennae touch it, it like sort of rusts, and then they just like crawl over it, just eat up the rust really quick.
How big are the creatures?
Medium-sized.
Perfect.
Big enough to
All right.
suplex.
Big enough to eat.
Even better.
I miss with my crossbow shot, but I immediately follow it up with spiritual weapon
Why?
as soon as you're done with
Okay.
your action.
Just
so you know ahead of time.
yeah. So since I assassinate will give me advantage. That's a net 20.
God damn!
I mean, I would have
You
had
observe that
great
this
anyway.
passageway is probably too small for a large creature to occupy.
But what about the clearing? Where they're at?
You can't tell the space that the clearing provides from where you're at.
I'll know once I run in there.
Yeah, you'll know then.
Outstanding observation.
39 damage on the first one I can see.
Yeah, you pierce it straight through, and it goes, and it tips over dead, just before 4 or 5 more come out of random piles of junk and begin skittering towards you.
Bonus action disengage and get back to the party.
All right, you do so.
And as
I
soon-
miss with my crossbow shot, and then I immediately cast spiritual weapon and I send it into the fray. I rolled a 23 to hit with 7 damage.
All right, were you
And that's magical force damage. I'm targeting the other one that was in the middle.
Okay, roll for damage.
I did, it's 7 damage. Magic force.
And then as soon as he gets back to us, the 4 apes will like rushing in front of us. It's
All right,
All
everybody
right.
roll initiative.
All right.
Yeah, it's not great.
Any 20 or above.
I'm pretty sure I'll be.
15 to 20. Rage.
16.
Protect the runway. You can't die again.
14,
Keep them away from
13,
12.
12.
11.
Gotta stop dropping
Yeah,
down.
throw that anywhere.
5 to 10.
7.
6.
What's worse is I do that in stores when people knock things down too, not just myself. Yeah, just throw that anywhere.
All right, looks like we got Gunnar up first. What are you doing? I'm assuming you're already brandishing your weapon. A bunch of weird insect-like creatures come charging around the corner, screeching right after Carillion comes sprinting out of that passageway. There's 3 of them on the floor, and there's 2 of them on the ceiling.
Hit one of the ones on the ceiling. My great sword. Oof. And that's going to be an 11.
That is not going to hit. You
That
take a
looks
mighty swing, and instead of hitting one of these creatures, you hit a stalactite, and it bounces off with a spark. And with that, are you doing anything else?
No.
It'll be Carillion's turn. Carillion, you watch Gunnar take what would have been a mighty swing at one of these creatures, only to kill a stalactite.
Well, since I'm back in the group, I'm gonna use steady aim. That's what I was going for. Give myself advantage, and of course sharpshooter if I need it. Okay, well, it's a 22. So for the creature on the ceiling.
That's gonna hit. The same one that well, I guess you wouldn't know which one was damaged since they all came running around the corner. Send it. What's your damage?
19 plus 14.
You gonna make me do the math? Add it up.
Well, I was about to 33. I guess for
All right. You go ahead and your elf eyes happen to notice a weak spot that's already been damaged, and you draw your bow back to its full length and loose. This whistles as it flies through the air and passes straight through the creature, pinning it to the ceiling. It has a few moments where it's like in its death throes, and then it falls silent. Torgar.
Mm.
I'm gonna roll to hit again with the crossbow, and that's gonna miss. I'm gonna roll again with spiritual weapon, and that may hit. 15.
That's gonna hit.
That will do 6 damage.
Yeah, your spiritual weapon swings around and it cuts a deep gouge into the carcass of this thing, and it clacks its pincers and wiggles its antennae at you in what is probably a lewd gesture. And with that, we're on to Alavi.
All right, Alavi's going to use his bonus action to move all of the flames towards each of the ants
Okay,
to give vision to anybody who cannot see.
they're now well illuminated.
Mm-hmm. And then Alavi's going to use her sling to hit one of the creatures on the ceiling.
All right, take a shot.
Yeah.
She's going for distance, dun
Yeah.
She's going for speed.
26 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
Oh, nice. That does surprisingly low amount of damage, but max damage anyway.
Ooh. And what would that be?
8.
That's actually good for a D4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you crack this thing with a stone, and it's one of the ones that's already taken a hit, and it just crunches through its carcass and goes deep into the creature's meat.
Oh,
And it
nice.
shrieks out violently and continues charging forward.
All right. That's it.
Osborne, you and your monkeys.
All right.
It's time to jump on the bed.
Yeah. I'll send 2 monkeys to one and 2 monkeys to the other one
Okay.
to like on the ground. And let's say we'll do whichever one first with the 2. They'll make 4 attacks against it.
Damn monkeys.
17
Gonna
and
hit.
a 12.
That will not hit.
That one will do 2, 3, 10 fire damage to it. And then this other one will attack the same one. That's not going to hit. And that's not going to hit. Goddamn monkeys. All right, second set of monkeys. 4 attacks. 25. And
You should probably pre-roll these.
yeah, probably. Not going to hit. Hey. So the second one will take 7 points of fire damage from one.
Come here. Come here. Where you at?
Oh,
And then he will take
Hello.
22 fire damage.
What's that kitty doing?
And monkeys.
Yeah.
The one that gets hit by that particular monkey is just sliced to ribbons. Ribbons that are on fire and fall to the ground in a heap
Is there
that
any more on
very
the ground?
quickly turns into dust.
Besides those 2? Is there any more on the ground?
I forgot their orientation. There's 2 on the ceiling, and
Well, there's,
there's
isn't
2
there,
on the ground.
is there only one
died.
more on the ceiling now since I killed the
Well,
one?
yes, that means there's 1 on the
Yeah.
ceiling, and there's still 2 on the ground.
Mm.
There's
I
no one on the
will
ground
move
ones.
to I'll move into the cave. How big is the cave or the clearing?
So you would have to move past them, and they could attack you if you do so to get into the clearing.
All right, I'll take the attack of opportunity to move into the clearing.
All right. 17, 21, and 10.
17 and 21 hit.
You're going to take 20 damage,
Ouch. Okay. Now that I'm past him, how big is
and
the
you're
clearing?
past. It's about 15 feet tall. You could probably fit a large creature in here, barely.
All right, I'm gonna wild shape into a giant toad.
You are.
You turn into
Funny.
a giant toad. You now dominate the center of this room. You could feel the stalactites and the ceiling itself scraping against your bumpy, toad-like exterior.
All right, and then I want to bite one of the ones that does not engage with the apes. The one does not engage with the apes.
You may do so.
Oh, I probably do not hit. I don't. What? 6.
No. It moves quickly out of the way. It wants nothing to do with you and your giant toad self.
All right, that's my turn.
All right. Now it's the enemy's turn. One of them is going to scream forward and attack Yorgar. Actually, no, they're going to attack the monkeys because the monkeys are what's right up front. One of them gets a natural 20.
That one fell off and bumped his
One
head.
gets 16. And one gets 21.
All right, all 3 are gonna hit.
Each hit is 10 damage on a separate monkey.
Okay, they're still alive.
The sturdy monkeys. And that's what they're going to do. Is there anyone like nearby the monkeys, or is it just the monkeys up front fighting these things? No one else but here.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I was the first one to attack right up front, so
You guys notice anything that they touch with their antennae during this fray, like the tracks themselves, just sort of like disintegrates and turns into rusted dust.
Well, good thing the monkeys don't have the metal weapons.
And we're back to the top of the round with
Yeah.
Gunnar.
all right, well, let's take another whack at it.
All
I
right.
guess we'll go after one of the ones that his monkeys are fighting.
Okay. Send it.
Let me be the one to tell you, what did you just hear?
I'll let him go. It's too late.
It's too late.
18.
He's new.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
I just thought about that actually.
Hope you have money.
You're welcome. Sorry.
Don't worry, I've got you.
Your failures are your own, old.
Oh.
7.
Yeah. You hit one of the ones that's already been damaged by the monkeys and the onslaught that they unknowingly ran into, and you slice it clean in half, but not before it corrodes your weapon heavily. It's at a -1 to hit and to damage.
Better than losing it.
Yeah.
You unwashed slut.
All right, and now it's Carillion's turn. Carillion, you watch Gunnar charge forward and slice one of these in half, like it was just something that's very easy to slice in half.
Butter, perhaps?
Yeah,
Maybe bread.
like a hot knife through butter.
Okay. Is there still the one on the ceiling?
Yes, there's one more on the ceiling, and
Okay. Want to use steady
Up on the
aim,
ceiling.
get myself a me.
Like a late analogy through.
Okay.
We gotta
Well,
start using the
22.
overlay more.
to hit.
which overlay?
Using our stuff to roll on here. Yeah, she's
Oh,
like, oh, that's really cool. I was like, oh, I completely forgot we had it.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I didn't think
the
about
game
it.
chat, game log.
We have it
26
at
damage on the one on ceiling.
Oh, you can see the party's HP.
yeah.
Yeah.
You kill it.
They can see our HP.
How you want to do that?
Mine is not accurate.
It doesn't matter.
Of course.
That's why
You just
okay,
sort of
I'll
like
jump off.
run up,
Just kidding.
you jump off the
Sorry,
back
sorry.
of one of the monkeys so that you're right by this thing, and it just like stares right into your drawn bow as you just launch the arrow into its face, and it gets pinned at the ceiling and dies with a shriek. And then you just very nimbly roll to the side before any of its ichor can touch you.
Yuck.
Yeah, it's also quite gross. Its guts are everywhere. But yeah, combat's concluded. You guys killed all the insect-like
Delightful.
creatures.
And I just rolled all those hits too.
Hey, our new friend is a crafter. Maybe they could fix your weapon.
Yes, it does look a little rusted there. Unfortunately, though, metal's not really my thing. But in a pinch, I could replace it for a bit if you need it. And it looks like you might.
Replace it with what?
These nuts.
Yes, and there might as well be. Anyways, I'm going to pull out a bit of leather, pull out a needle and thread, and in it I'm going to sew up. What was your weapon?
A great sword.
Great sword.
I'm going to sew up what looks like a small little insignia of a great sword. And then on the ground near me appears a great sword in all of its color and majesty, just out of thin air. So this will last you about, let's see, 3 hours. I hope that should be long enough.
Let's get into another fight.
It'll disappear after that time.
Use your shitty one first.
All right.
Your friends may have made it back home in your homelands, but they clearly weren't like orcish crafters.
Yes, I'm no weapons crafter, so this is just a cheap knockoff of what I think your weapon looked like before being rusted.
I will turn back into a man or to a furbolg.
All right, yeah. You once again take your normal stinky shape.
Oh, wasted a wild shape.
Yeah. That.
Like, you know how when the frogs disappear in Naruto, they go away with like a poof of smoke?
Yeah.
I think that would happen for him, but a poof of like fart cloud. Like,
Yeah. Exactly like that. Upon looking around the room, you notice that the light is coming from some gems that are encrusted in the surface of this mine. They appear to emanate a faint light.
our fucking job. We'll get paid.
Yeah.
Monkeys go.
Did we clear
Monkeys
it?
go. And tell them to send them after the gems.
Nope.
Monkeys go and they start harvesting the gems. One of them pulls on a particularly big one from the ceiling, and you could feel the whole chamber begin to shudder just a little bit.
Damn it.
One of the other monkeys goes over to the
Boy, stop coming on the bed!
and he starts trying to pull another big one free. And you guys could once again feel the chamber around you begin to shake and
I'll
shudder.
call them off and be like, maybe not a good idea.
It's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa."
Did at least get one big one?
Yeah, they did get one big glowing crystal off of there.
Shiny.
I'll take it from them.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Harambe. I pat him on the head.
Well, looks like we're about at our 10-minute break, boys. So we're going to go ahead and thanks for tuning in. We'll be back in 10.
Awesome.
Just conquer.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. We just watched our brave heroes absolutely butcher some rust monsters with extreme prejudice. They didn't stand the least bit of chance, and then a gaggle of monkeys almost collapsed the chamber our brave heroes were occupying while they stood in there haplessly. Thankfully, Korrigar put a stop to that, and Osborne called off his monkeys before a catastrophic failure happened in the chamber. Just at that moment, Thyra, returning from her own adventures, walks up from the relative darkness of the entrance of the cave, and you look around and you see all your companions covered in ichor and just sort of milling about, deciding what to do next. Some of them are covered in ichor, not all of them.
Sounds like the story of my life.
All right, what are we doing now?
What are you guys doing? Answer the lady.
Is
You're
there
looking
another?
at me.
There's like
Well,
Orion's just kind of fucking with some stones over
we
on the top of
took
the wall
a
while you guys
quest
are
to
chatting.
help some people clear out a mine. The person that was running the quest was an asshole, so we blew him up. Helping the rightful people that should, or possibly do own the mine now.
Boy, I'm pretty sure they own it now.
Here's your strange scroll.
I'm gonna order my monkeys to go hug Thyra since we haven't seen her in such a long time.
Thyra, four large apes approach you with their arms wide spread for a hug. You know that this is probably Osborne's work.
Why? I don't want hugs from monkeys.
It's been forever
The
since
monkeys
we've seen you.
want
You need
hugs
hugs.
from you.
They don't have barrel.
You could do something to put a stop to it. Would you like to? Perhaps cast a mighty spell.
My smell.
5 seconds for shame. Shame.
I would love to. Give me a second to remember what the hell I have going on.
Time freezes for a brief moment, and everything slows down.
Your gonna cast a mighty
Pulls
smell.
forth the magical knowledge from the recesses of her mind.
Yeah, somewhere in the
Randy, Jorgar's casting a mighty smell.
All right, cast the smell.
I'm gonna roll Constitution for what I'm trying to do.
Oh no.
You have to roll a dice to shoot yourself?
I rolled a 17 on fart.
Yeah, it's loud. Not only is it loud, the entire chamber now reeks, and your asshole hurts because it clapped together so vigorously. And so, you should probably see a doctor.
I imagine like the meme of them doing it into the Walmart mic, and then it echoes through Walmart.
Alright, how about this? I won't attack your stupid monkeys if you get them away from me, and I will pat you on the head, since it's been so long since I've seen you.
First of all, Osborne will accept this.
Okay.
You know what's on his head? His fucking spider, so you have to touch a spider.
Yeah,
I will lean down so she can pet Selleck as he raises his little things.
yeah. As you approach, the spider like raises his forelegs in greeting.
And I scream in absolute terror.
The scream echoes through the chambers and is followed by silence.
I'm gonna pull
And
away
then
my crossbow, pull my shield and hammer out at this point, and
There's
knock it the wall.
There's a scurrying in the darkness, but nothing follows.
Yeah, because I'm terrified of my screams.
I want to keep my longbow out, but I don't want to pull like a cloth over my face
I
to
might ever do anything
try to
like
filter out the smell.
Yeah, you put a cloth on your face and it smells less like shit, but only a little bit.
It'll have to do. It's less.
Yeah. What have you gotten yourself into, Alavi?
A lot of you thought this new person was. They seemed sensible at first, but then they screamed in a
Alavi is
In a
a
dangerous
small
place.
halfling woman, Thyra. Yeah. This is Sawyer, by the way, if you haven't met him. He's playing a small halfling woman. And you're pretty tall, so you tower over her, and she said what she said.
Wow, we've got the dudes and the chicks on one
I
side.
didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
well, at first I thought you'd be one of the more sensible people that I'd meet today, and
Or she doesn't like spiders, it appears.
Oh boy.
What gave you that impression?
The
The
high elves are
Oh
coming.
yeah.
Billows of smoke.
I'm
We're gonna need
sorry,
more
I
snacks.
did not mean to startle you. My name is Thera.
Hello, Thera. It's so lovely.
Sensible sometimes.
Where have you been?
It's better than what these fellows have.
Or you can call us buffoons. It's probably right.
Yes.
Oh.
Where have you been? It's been like days.
I'm sorry. I went on an adventure by myself.
To where?
Venturing in forests and finding.
The Valley of the Mills.
I did not find a milk.
Oh no, that's way too far to the north. There's no way she could have traveled that far that fast.
No.
Fair enough.
Not outside, not maybe in the spirit realm.
You've never seen a dragon.
Let's try not to be separated again.
That's what you.
No
Well-
promises on that, but I will try.
Okay.
Are we gonna descend deeper into this cave, or are we just gonna sit here and converse in this large open chamber?
I'm more than
Feel
welcome
whatever.
to sitting in here and conversing in this large open chamber, but I do believe you are correct. We should go further.
We should.
Or you could converse if you want to. I'll just keep fucking around with these rocks.
Let's not do that. You just saw the monkeys try almost collapse the tunnel.
I wasn't gonna pull out one of the large ones, you dingus.
It doesn't matter.
The little ones ain't gonna hurt.
Are you a dwarf? You don't know anything about this.
You're fortunate we don't have any dwarfs here, but I'm sure they tell you it's fine.
Oh yeah.
I highly doubt that, so I'm going to continue deeper into the cave myself.
Alright, Kyorgar. We'll follow you.
I'm going first.
I'm going to keep my shield out and like directly in front of me, and I'm going to kind of like take it to the side where it's shielding the entirety of my body behind it.
So you guys follow the narrow passage, and it actually opens up into another wide area. And in this area, you see the remains of another cart, and there's several passageways adjoining. There's one off to your left that goes almost like in a V, almost about 90 degrees from the one that you entered. And there's 3 other exits to this room. One appears to go to like a collapsed shaft off to the right. One goes a little bit straight further down to several more blockades. And one goes off into the left into an ever-present darkness.
Hello, darkness, my little friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Well, where are we going?
I'm going to go left right here.
Left. All right. Let's go.
Seems to be the way that
Do you even know which way your left is?
Huh?
I'm gonna hold up my hands.
Okay, so
Oh,
you are now
that
going
way.
down another
Proud of
chamber.
you.
This
You can log
passage
into
is
me.
about as wide
can
as
read
the
at
one that
first
you
grade
came
level.
through. And it opens up into a massive chamber. And there's a huge drop off to an unknown depth. And there appears to be thin wooden walkways across towards like a central pillar that looks unnatural in design. It appears to have some sort of altar on it from what you can see, but it's a great distance over there.
Wants to go touch the altar.
I'm gonna.
Let's send one of the apes.
Not a bad idea. But
I'm gonna see if I can just perceive what the altar is with a nat 3.
You use all of your perceptive abilities, and you're able to perceive that that is an altar upon a stone platform.
I'm going to move most of my fires over there to make it brighter for people to see it.
That does help a little bit for those that need the aid, if anybody else would like to observe from distance. But from what you can tell, plainly, it's just an altar. There's nothing else over there.
Send one of the meat shields.
How sturdy do the planks look?
It looks sturdy enough.
I'm not walking across it first.
Let's go. I'm gonna.
There
tell,
are no guardrails, and they do appear to be laid straight across.
I'm gonna tell one of my apes to go over and touch it. The altar.
One of your apes goes across, and the thing begins to shake as he walks out. Roll me dexterity for your ape.
I hope he has good dexterity.
I think they do.
He is a ape.
That's what
Yeah.
I figured, yeah.
It is a 18.
He goes. He hears the timbers begin to crack beneath him. He's like, oh! And he sprints across the remainder of the length and jumps to the platform before it falls down into the abyss.
Well, he's stuck.
He's now just looking back at you. He's like, oh. Oh. He's like scratching under his like armpits and like.
Alright, grapple hook.
Maybe
I
I
don't
can.
want to
Maybe,
use my grappling hook on a monkey. I guess I can.
maybe I could shoot
I
a
want
rope
to see
across.
the altar. The monkey can't tell us what the altar is.
Oi!
I mean, I could try to shoot an arrow across, but okay.
Yeah, he goes ahead and he swings it around 3 mighty swings and then launches the thing across, and it digs into the earth and it forms a nice tight bond. And then he ties it to a timber or some rock or something over on your side.
Or something. Nothing like a little bondage. Alright.
A stalagmite. A mighty stalagmite.
All right.
I'm gonna attempt to. Well, can your monkey tell us what the fuck the altar is?
He can tell me. He speaks.
Okay, well then.
He speaks monkey.
Boy, you going over there? I'll use my grappling hook.
Stand by.
I'll call up to the monkey. What does the altar look like? Can you tell me anything?
The monkey looks and he thinks with all of his brain, and he says it looks like a peanut.
Climbing across.
All right, you climb across without any particular difficulty. The bond is strong. You get over there, and you see that there's some sort of like 5-pointed star with a circle around it, and there's some old burnt-out candles that sort of have like a dark aura about them, and what appears to be old dried blood upon the surface of the altar.
Religion check 17 plus whatever the fuck I have. I think it's 3.
Shit's evil.
Do I know, like, of what nature it is?
Seems like a pig.
You know that it's some sort of sacrificial altar, but you don't know its specific nature. It could have summoned any number of foul creatures.
I'm gonna say a holy prayer to Balder, knowing that he won't answer it, but in his honor.
You do so, and
What is left bless this altar.
no, there's no change, as there's no one to hear your prayer. And
You want to
stated
fucking
yourself.
hit this shit or what?
Uller appears to be out hunting.
Like bullshit to me. I'm going to personally bless the altar with
Alright.
holy water and holy incense.
All right, you splash the holy water down. You guys could see what he's doing from a distance, but not exactly. And as soon as the holy water touches the altar, it starts to hiss and it turns into steam. And the incense sort of like wafts away from the altar. But as you keep pouring your holy water around there, your sheer determination sort of cleanses the evil away from the altar itself.
Be gone, thought!
The thoughts descend deeper into the darkness.
I'm gonna take like the handle of my hammer and zip line back across.
All right, yeah, you do that, and you sort of do like a George of the Jungle and like slap it to the far side, but it doesn't really harm you. It's more of a thud, and then you pull yourself up. It was the least graceful way you could have done it, but boy, did you get across quickly and safely.
I'm not a graceful.
I'm gonna tell my monkey to
In fact,
do the same
it's
thing.
not graceful.
You were
The
graceful
monkey
enough to
starts
get
climbing
back
across. Orion's like, "But my
I'm a
grappling
living
hook.
rook. That's
You
what I
can't
am.
have the monkey bring it. He can swing and climb up this side. Please."
Fine, I'll tell him to take down the grappling hook and swing across and then climb up.
All right, excellent. The monkey does so. Like he pulls it out, and then he sort of like and swings down. And he also thuds against the wall, but he's big, strong monkey, so he climbs up the rope without any issue. And Orion recovers his grappling hook. He's like, Back to daddy. He puts it away in
You
his bag.
seem quite fond of that grappling hook.
You don't want to know what he does
It's
with it.
very useful equipment. It got us into a castle full of gargoyles.
No, it didn't. Well, maybe them, but not me. I just turned into a spider and climbed.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Just
he's
unnaturally
I
attached
gave you
to the ground.
utility 1 attack. I gave you the shielding spell, so you can use them as a reaction.
All right. Well, you guys are standing in this huge open chamber.
So,
From what you could tell, it's pretty far off in the distance, but there's some more passageways across, and you could walk around the edge of the chamber to reach some of them.
so did you figure out what that altar was about?
Evil.
What
Any
kind of
notes
evil?
for-
The evil kind of evil.
The ape said it was about peanuts.
It was not about peanuts, friend.
Maybe it was evil peanuts.
There you go.
Okay. Did you see any specific imagery?
5-pointed star. Looked like a pentagram, but I don't know of any of the Norse that use this.
May I use a religion check to see it? If I know what this 5-pointed star may be?
Yeah, you can give it a shot.
Alright. Let's see that. Oh, that is unfortunate for me. Religion, oh, that is a 7.
You're able to tell that it was used in some sort of summoning, but you don't know the specific nature of it. You come basically to the same conclusions that Kierkegaard did. And you don't know what it summoned, but it was some sort of sacrifice, and it brought forth something unholy.
Ooh. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. Ooh. That was probably a summoning circle. Ugh.
Boy, well, shall we go kill whatever it summoned?
Yeah, that's
What do you
a
think,
good
Gunnar?
idea.
You want to go kill it?
Yes.
Let's go kill.
Lead the way then, Orion.
Ah, yes. Well, I wouldn't want to tell you where to go, since you guys have more of a tag along.
Certain spells.
Did you? How many exits are in this room? Other than our entrance.
Let's see, there's your entrance, and then just off to the left, it looks like there's some sort of room over there. You can't really make it out from where you're at, but you could get closer. There's a walkway around the whole, like, outside of the chamber,
Mhm.
and from what you could tell, there may be 2 or 3 on the far side. Some, like, maybe just straight across, and one, like, way off to the, it's hard to give directions because you guys are in the ground, but way off to the right, around the far side of the chamber.
Okay.
Oh, the right.
All right. Let's see.
So the closest one would be that room on your left that you can't really make out around the bend. And then there's some on the far side of the chamber.
Let's check out that room up ahead.
Before we go into any room, I'm going to go ahead and activate mage armor for myself.
She's at a 16 AC now.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
How would you like it to appear? Would you like it to be just like an invisible force protecting you, or would you like to look cool?
Invisible force protecting me.
All right, yeah.
It's Lady Gaga's gala event. It's just steaks.
I'm not
Steak.
familiar.
I'll look it up.
I don't
I'm
get
so
this.
disappointed in you.
I have no
That's
idea.
okay.
I'm
I tell myself that every morning when I stare into the mirror. That way the day starts off bad and it only gets better. But it doesn't
So you
always
think.
get better. Anyways, yeah. Who's going up to this room first?
I will.
Alright, so Kilgar and Gunnar.
I've got higher armor.
I was going to say, yeah.
You guys both walk up first. And you go around the corner. And you're met by another barricade, but this one immediately strikes you as different. This one was barricaded from the inside, not the outside.
Confusing.
Monkey time? I'll send all 4 apes to go destroy the barricade.
The apes make short work of it. Yeah. You guys walk in, and this appears to have once been a storage area, but there's nothing in here but like shattered barrels and supplies, and several fresh corpses, reasonably fresh. I mean, they're bloated at this point,
What kind
a
of
little dried
corpses?
out. Dwarvish corpses,
Dwarven corpses.
fresh-ish.
That explains why no one knew where the
I'm
miners.
gonna say a prayer on each of the bodies.
Can I search the bodies and see if there's anything worthy?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, but you can check corpses.
Savage.
Left in one hand, the corpse is in the other.
They agree on the other.
It was an unnatural 20 on religion check for that.
Okay, yeah. The area is blessed, and their souls have already passed on, but there's a warmth in the area, and their bodies are now sanctified. You find a ruby worth 10 gold on each of them in their pockets, and one of them also has a picture, a hand-drawn picture of what looks like a dwarvish family that comes out of his pocket. And that's pretty much it, besides small personal effects. If any of you, is anyone inspecting the bodies to see how they died? Or
Yeah,
what
well,
you
I'm-
guys want to do?
Religion checking, I'll obviously just be paying general attention.
Ooh.
It'd be more of like a
Medicine check.
deliberate check, since you were doing some holy stuff that wasn't your main focus.
Fine, not my thing.
I'll do the medicine check.
Okay.
Unfortunately, medicine's not my greatest
Medicine
skill.
or investigation. either way.
Investigation? They only come up to half periscope length.
It won't take a genius mind to figure out what happened to these fellows.
11.
They don't have any obvious wounds over them, and it doesn't look like they had fought anything. More than likely, they died of thirst. It appears they barricaded themselves in here for some reason and just stayed until they died.
Mass suicide.
I know not whether they were thoughts or not, but they were thirsty.
Yes, that's certainly true. It looks like they died of thirst, lack of water. For those who don't know what that word means.
I like how you specifically look at Osborne for that one.
I know what thirst means. I've been thirsty. Hey, she witch. Are you done looting the dead corpses and disrespecting them?
Yeah.
All right, I would like to try to sing to maybe have some vines come up and wrap around them as a burial.
Okay, yeah. You do so. It doesn't require any sort of check. And the vines come up from the very earth itself and gently swaddle them.
All right, these men have been properly.
But
They've been looted and booted.
a natural take on burial. But
How the druids are buried with the earth.
The plants will use them.
really, I never really knew that.
Yeah, a great source. Once you die, your body releases enzymes that the plants need to survive.
You know the
It's
word.
what
You know that word? I'm sorry, did I just hear you say enzymes?
Did you know what that is, or did you hear it before?
Today
Druid
we call
book.
that a compost.
He knows about plants.
Hmm.
Well, you guys are just sort of standing around in this open cavity.
Nature is
You,
my thing, shelf.
both robbed, sanctified, and buried these bodies, and there's nothing else to do here. It
And
appears-
not in that order.
Sanctified, robbed, and buried.
I'm leaving this cavern.
Yeah.
Done.
Go to back to the other chamber
Yeah.
with the altar, and we'll take the next nearest path on us to our left from our exit of this current room, which I believe will be the exit that is most across from our original entrance. If I've got
Okay.
my map right.
There's one just as you walk along the wall. There's one probably about just 30 feet further off to your left,
Yep.
and it's a narrow passageway that you can see a little bit further down opens up, and then there's a dim light coming from over there.
Well, let's go.
Yes.
Sure.
How are you guys approaching this?
Do we want to do it like it was before?
Yes.
Like, do we see any shadows in the light?
You guys don't see anything.
You want me to stealth up there anyway?
You guys could
Yeah.
roll. Whoever's on point could roll perception.
He's stealth and fist.
I'll go up to the front row.
24.
Bold move. Go.
All right, each of you roll me stealth. You are absolutely stealthy.
I want
You
walk.
are not. I
I'm
saw that.
not. It was a 4.
All right, you sneak up as silently as a shadow, and right behind you, Thyra attempts to follow your movement, and you could hear the crunching of every single rock under her boots as she very loudly creeps up right behind you. And you guys creep around the corner,
Can
and
I look back before we get there, just like wave her off or something?
she sort of like runs up on you. It's not the waving.
I'm
There's no
sorry.
waving time. And you peek around the corner, and you would look back and wave her away, but you see two figures just laying into what looks like some fresh dwarf. They appear to be kobolds, but you've never seen them eat a dwarf before.
Do they notice me?
They don't yet.
Okay, can I make a surprise around them? A surprise attack?
You may.
Okay.
You're just gonna attack some kobolds. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I guess
They are eating a dwarf, though.
if they're hungry.
I don't think I've ever
The
seen
bloated. I want to look at the condition of the corpse.
Yeah, can I just use perception just to notice any further detail before I just ambush these kobolds?
Yeah. Roll your perception.
Nat 20.
You look, and their eyes just have a faint red glow to them, which is rather odd. But other than that, you don't notice anything in particular interesting. You do notice, like, on the far side of the chamber, there's another barricaded section that looks like it's barricaded from the inside. And you can see some eyes staring out on the other side of the barricade silently.
They're not red eyes like the kobolds.
No, they're normal eyes. They shine back at you almost like an animal's eyes, like shine in the dark. But they don't look like they're from anything that's not humanoid. They're from something that can see in the dark.
I want to whisper to Thyra, like, should we just attack the kobolds, or?
And then the meat shields.
Yeah, I would say.
Oh.
I'd say if we're gonna do anything, we either need to do a long range attack or send in the stupid monkeys.
Why not send in all the stupid monkeys and do a long range attack? I'm not in this conversation.
Yeah, you guys. No one else could hear you guys. You guys are up there
Well,
whispering.
yeah,
to each other.
unfortunately we didn't plan the monkey attack like before,
Yeah.
but,
Wait,
Okay,
I
so-
have something. Give me a second.
Here's a message.
These are good as fuck.
Oh, I have that message. I almost forgot about that.
But it doesn't help us now. You're right next to me. You're like, hey.
Dude, I have a message. So, not in the game for a second. I have a message. What is that?
so basically you send a message
You
to
pick
one
a
person.
receiver and you can talk back and forth with them.
It's only one time, but
Okay.
I think it's a cantrip or something like
It's
that.
a
So yeah,
cantrip.
It's a cantrip.
It has a range of, I believe, 60 feet.
AK, you can talk back and forth infinitely with
Yes, you cast it. You say one sentence to the person as a whisper, so
Yeah.
they can whisper back, but only in that direction.
yeah.
Yeah.
They
So I'm gonna cast message to him, and I'm gonna say, "Hey, we need your monkeys to come around this corner and attack these
Big monkey.
here."
All right.
As soon as
Yeah, like 10 minutes ago.
I'm gonna say to Harambe and his assistants, go help Shelf and She Witch.
before they
They're both shelves.
I'm an elf.
I call her
She's-
Shelf.
As soon
Yeah.
as the monkeys begin charging down the chamber, both of the kobolds perk up their heads
God damn it.
and look in the direction of you two hiding in the corner. Roll initiative.
not how I wanted that to go. Could have killed one of the kobolds right out.
But now you have monkeys to help you.
Could have killed one of them. Then just
Anyone
like
over
before.
20?
Hell no.
Maybe. Hold on.
Just like for them, maybe the other kobold comes around and just charges up to you and attacks you.
Yeah, but before I killed one of the things. The monkeys rushed right in, and then I backed off.
19.
Oh Jesus! God damn!
oh my,
I'll just throw those wherever I want. Anybody 15 through 20?
15.
oh, all of us. Oh, okay.
I rolled a nat 20.
Oh boy, that's the lowest so far.
Goddamn, bro. Just roll.
Krillin, what you have again?
9.
Okay, so you probably
Probably last.
what you get, Robbie?
7.
All right, so you
No, I'm not last.
Osborne, what'd you get?
12.
I think that puts you between Thyra and Korgar, if I'm right.
The core guy got a 15, didn't you?
15.
Behind
Okay.
core guard and then one of the other two.
All right, let me arrange all these bad boys. All right, here we go. All right, it's going to be Gunnar first for this natural 20.
Start to
Can't currently see what's going on, but you know it probably involves violence. And you can charge up into the next chamber.
Well, fuck
you
it.
wish
If there's
to.
violence, I'm going.
All right, yeah, so is that what you're doing? You're charging into the chamber, weapon drawn.
Yes.
You charge in, and what you see is what appears to be two kobolds over a fresh dwarven body. Their eyes are glowing red. You could probably, if you use the rest of your movement, you could get within range of them to attack, but you won't be able to attack this round without an action surge. You would have to dash to get in range, and then use your whole action.
All right. Are you using action surge to be able to attack as well?
Okay, yeah. So you use dash as one action, and you're in range of them now. You may make your attack.
Rolled an 11.
You take a mighty swing at one of these kobolds, and it sort of like just ducks underneath it real quick, and it hisses at you, really revealing two large fangs jutting out of its misshapen maw. This does not look like a kobold at all. It's now the enemy's turn. They're both going to attack you.
Gotta step away. It's important.
One of those is going to get an 18, and the other one's certainly going to miss. Does an 18 hit you?
Yeah.
You take 6 regular damage and 5 necrotic damage. That 5 necrotic damage reduces your max health by 5. Oh, and I didn't use one of their abilities, but I'll certainly use it next time. They hiss at you. That's my best interpretation of the sound that they make.
It'll be in the morning.
That's fair. All right, it's now Thyra's turn. What are you doing?
I am going to stay where I'm at, but I'm going to use Scorching Ray to hit the one that's closest to me.
That's it.
All right, yeah. Make your attacks.
I'm moving fast.
See that?
Saw it yesterday.
The 19.
That is going to hit.
Okay.
Roll your damage.
Saw it. I saw the next guy. So, hopefully this gets it.
5.
You launch a mighty scorching ray out of your hands, or how is there a particular way you want to launch it for flare? Like you would shoot it out of a wand? Do you just sort of like do some wiggly woos and send it out of the air?
Oh no, I'm just quick thinking throwing this fucker.
Yeah, you just cast heat and send it flying out of your hand, and it scorches the beast along one of its eyes, and it hisses out in pain, and it moves away before it takes too much damage. But now it's angry.
Okay.
It is now Morgar's turn.
Yeah, so, sorry, recap me briefly. I was signing paperwork and getting Chelsea to sign paperwork.
So you're now, you were with the rest of the party in the tunnel, so you could dash up, but it will take your whole action to get there. Or you can move 30 feet forward, and you'll be able to see what's going on in the next chamber.
I'm going to move 30 feet forward. I'm going to go ahead and use my crossbow real quick, which I rolled an 18 to hit. There is actually no, I get my proficiency bonus with it, but so it's a 21.
That's going to hit.
And then I'm going to roll to cast Spiritual Weapon, and I'm going to cast it 30 feet ahead of me in the fray of the party.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to roll to hit with that, and that's a 17 plus 5.
Those will both hit.
Okay. Wow, thank fuck. Max damage on the crossbow bolt, so it'll do 8. Wow. I can't even make this up. Wow. Max damage on spiritual weapon for another 8, so total of 16.
Wow.
Yeah, I rolled max damage both times. Thank fuck.
Which I rolled max damage.
All right, yeah. You crossbow, and you scrape one right across the side of its neck, and it thrashes around just in time for your spiritual weapon to come behind it and dig a deep gash along its back. But it doesn't appear too heavily damaged yet. It just appears mad.
That's my bonus. I'm gonna remount my shield and hammer.
You can't do that as a bonus. That'll be a full action to change weapons.
That's always a minor action.
You're full action.
That's usually a full action to draw a weapon, but you guys always have your weapons at the ready, so it never comes up.
Fair enough.
All right, and looks like it's going to be Osborne and his monkeys.
So I'm going to send Harambe and another one to the one that he's fighting.
Mm-hmm.
The other two are going to go to the other one. And I already rolled attacks. So for the one that he's fighting, it's a 12 hit,
No, it does not.
22.
Yes,
And then Harambe rolled a 19 and a 24.
those are both going to hit. Are they all attacking like one of the two kobolds?
Those two are attacking the one that he's on.
Okay.
It's going to be 33 fire damage for that one. Don't worry, these other ones are. The other one's not going to take as much damage. And then the other one, the first monkey's going to miss, and then the monkey with the hand axe is going to probably hit with a 22 and a non-nat 20.
Yeah, those are going to hit.
14 piercing damage. And then I will bonus action wild shape into a dire and run to attack my other two monkeys that are the ones that just got attacked. And the 16 hit to bite,
Yes, it does.
9 piercing damage.
So you charge forward at one of the damaged kobolds, and you just rip out its throat. It's quite the scene. Viscera shoots everywhere, and it lets out one last shriek before it collapses to the ground in a heap. As it shrieks, you hear scurrying off in the distance, and answering shrieks coming from deeper within the cave.
Oh shit.
And it's now Osborne's turn. I mean, it's now Carillian's turn.
Okay. Bonus actions: steady aim with sharpshooter, and then a 15 to hit. I guess one of the kobolds that's not damaged, unless they both are. That doesn't matter.
One of them's dead, so there's only one left.
Oh well, okay, that one then. 15 to hit.
Yeah, that's gonna hit, and you don't need to. You're gonna finish it off with
Oh.
whatever you're doing.
Okay.
Would you like to describe it in any particular way?
Right between the eyes.
Yeah, you just shoot it straight between his eyes, and it passes through and embeds itself into the wall. He falls unceremoniously to the ground. It's now Alavi's turn, as two more of them come from the direction that you guys just entered the cavern.
Okay. Oh boy, that changes my plans. So I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration. My bonus action on you. I forget your character's name. So sorry. And then I'm going to, with my primary action, cast Healing Word at second level on. I forget your name too.
I'm at full health. I'm at dire wolf.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You do it on one of my monkeys.
Yeah, I'll do it on Harambe if he has damage.
It is full action, by the way.
Yeah.
Just double check.
Oh wait, no, I pre-rolled it. 1 moment.
I've been doing it wrong for years.
I pre-rolled. There we go. It regains 6 HP.
Okay.
How do you fuck that up?
Alright, that's it for me.
So he's at
Hold on,
15
please.
out of
Back
19
up
hit
with
points.
just putting it in a hole.
You used your flame blade for those monkeys, right?
Yeah.
That's my best friend.
So, flame blade requires concentration, and so does the summon monkey spell. So in the future, you can't do both at once. But it's cool, so I really don't care. I like seeing a bunch of monkeys chop things apart.
That's okay. I'm going to let 3 of them die, and then Harambe's going to get real weapons.
That's gonna be cool. You should legitimately teach them how to read. But anyways, yeah, we're back up to Gunnar. Gunnar, you're standing in the midst of these dead creatures, and you turn around as you hear two answering shrieks and scurrying come from the direction. And who was in the far back?
It's a huge fucking
Yeah, there's two of these things skittering up behind you and shrieking. And Gunnar, you see this. They're within 30 feet of you, so you could run over there and do something. Will you?
Well, duh. Good.
What are you doing, Gunnar?
I'm gonna charge him and swing.
What weapon are you using?
Let's. So my greatsword isn't inflicting as much damage right now, correct?
No, it's not.
There is the great sword I made for you.
You can use that.
Are you the rent the sword?
Rent sword, yeah.
That's great.
And you also have a D6, D8, if you'd like to use it. Because Bardic Inspiration.
When do I use this?
Now.
On top of my 16?
Well, let me see.
Isn't it only for attack rolls?
This is a special boosted Bardic Inspiration. So it follows both Bardic Inspiration, which attack roll. So you roll it now. And if you hit,
So that put me at a 20.
Yep, that's gonna hit.
all right. So I need the target and any creature within 5 feet of that target to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 13.
One of them passes and one of them fails.
All right, cool. What was that? What was the number on the Bardic Inspiration I gave you?
4.
It takes 4 lightning damage.
It writhes as lightning courses through its body, and it flails. It also has a terrifying aspect as its eyes glow bright with lightning as it crackles through its body and it hisses venomously at you.
Oh, scary.
The lightning dissipates, and they lunge forward at both of you.
Oh boy.
These are both going to hit.
I am not a chunky meat shield.
Yes. You each take
you are.
6 regular damage and 5 necrotic damage, which is deducted from your maximum HP.
5, okay.
And then they run back down the chamber into the darkness. You may make attacks of opportunity against them, you two that are right by them.
Do we want to hunt them down?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Who are they running past?
Oh, they're not running past any of you guys. They were towards the entrance. Those two can make attacks of opportunity as they run away.
Well, we got a dire wolf that can sniff them out.
So true.
Here, can we send a barrel wolf in?
Yeah, you can do that. But you got Gunnar and
Roll to attack.
Olavi. You guys both have attack
Okay.
of opportunity. You got-
I only have my sling ready. So,
That's fine. You can give it a whirl.
Roll.
alright, that's going to be 14.
That hits.
Oh, awesome. Oh, thank goodness.
So I rolled a 20 and then 7 to hit.
A 20 is going to hit, and it will take 7 damage. You take a mighty swing at him as soon as he turns his back, and you take a deep gash, and you actually knock one of his little spikes off. It looks like just a scratch, though. It doesn't slow him down much.
6.
You take a mighty swing with your sling and send it hurtling off into the darkness over their
No,
heads.
sorry, it was the 14 to hit.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
that
right.
was the
I forgot.
damage. 6.
Yes, 6. You knock one of the retreating kobold vampire things in the back of its head, and it stumbles and then keeps running.
Nice.
There we go.
Are we out of initiative now?
No, we're still in initiative. Thyra, what are you doing?
Shit.
Well, actually, yeah, they're beyond your line of sight. So we'll keep this initiative order when we get back into combat.
Okay.
But right now, they've ran off into the darkness.
About how long will it take us to catch up? Real mechanical question.
Those of you that can move like more than like 30 feet, you'll probably be able to catch them pretty quick.
All right, I want to take off after him.
Okay. I'm going to dash as one of my actions,
Mhm.
and then I'm gonna pop healing aura, and I'm gonna heal everybody in the party except for myself. 2d6 worth of healing.
Does that include the monkeys?
Okay.
I'll heal one of the monkeys. I've taken no damage, so I can spare it.
I haven't taken any damage of one of the other
Sawyer,
monkeys.
you receive 11 hit points back.
Oh, thank you. Back to full.
Those are the temporary ones, right?
No, this is
Oh,
this
okay.
is aura of healing.
You need it.
You receive
I
8
got
hit
full.
points back.
Oh, wait.
Randy, you receive 10 hit points back.
Remember, if you've had your hit point maximum
Yeah.
deducted, it will not heal.
Dylan, you receive 5.
I didn't need
So
it.
that
You could use it on a monkey.
Then I'll give
You
that 5 to a
took
monkey.
10 permanent, semi-permanent damage to your
You
maximum
receive
health,
4, 5,
and you
I don't
have
need it
5.
because I'm a direwolf, so I
Okay.
can't.
So that it stays
that's
down.
7 to another
Until
monkey.
you
Okay.
do a long rest or get it
Roll
otherwise
makes back to full
cured.
health.
Okay.
And another
Sometimes
monkey
we need a
gets 10.
48.
Okay.
The max it goes back to 38 right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's-
I'm also
Health you
bonus
can have at the moment.
action. Gonna go ahead and pop my. Actually, no, I'll save that.
All right. Yeah, you guys are out of combat. Are you guys all chasing after them?
Yes, I'm chasing after him. It's a direwolf.
Yeah, I suppose.
With
Oh,
with what I've seen, can I determine what these are?
Yes, you can. In your travels or in your reading, you realize that these are some sort of vampire spawn. Although you have never seen a kobold vampire spawn or heard of one before, but that's clearly what they are. You could determine this as well, Orgar.
These are vampires.
I'm gonna screech in Orcish.
I think we may have a summoned vampire on our hands, or worse.
They must be extinguished.
As you
Something
guys
that can make
charge
a
into the
vampire.
next chamber, you find it
And if they can
Entirely
make a vampire, they can make
vacant.
any sorts of
just a
things.
huge open chamber. It looks exactly as you left it before.
I would like to try to sniff out the kobold vampires.
I would like to cast Fairy Fire in the center of the room. How big is the room?
The room is. Let me look at the map quick. Probably about 200 feet across.
Oh, fuck that. No. I'm just gonna look around.
Yeah. You roll me investigation.
I think I missed our position.
I rolled
You are.
So we came out of the room that we originally and
You're
found the
out of that
kobolds.
narrow chamber where you found the
Yes.
kobolds, and to your right is that room you found with the corpses. And then just beyond that is the room you came in from, just on the other side.
Okay. So we're
Can
back
I
in the main
insight to see if there's any particular rocks that would be better? Like any hiding places in the room? Instead of investigate?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Well, then that puts me to a 14.
You look around, and you look in all the obvious places, like in any crevasses or any stalactites or stalagmites that are nearby, and you don't see any sign of them.
I rolled an 18 to try to smell them out. Try to track them out with my nose.
You follow their scent, which is quite unnatural, and it leads you right to the edge of the pit.
All right, I would like to howl and point my nose downwards.
down there.
I'm gonna use that thingy that orcs have. That one feature that I guess only they have. I'm gonna move my full normal distance, and then I'm going to use my racial trait aggressive as a bonus action. I'm gonna move my full speed up to that.
Okay, you've reached the edge of the open pit. What are you doing?
Standing a little bit back from the open pit so I can't be grabbed, but looking around.
You stare down into the darkness, but you see nothing but the pillar in an endless black that descends beneath you.
There's much we can do here.
Could you put your grappling? How long is your grappling hook?
Oh, it's about 50 feet?
Certainly nowhere near long enough from the looks of it.
Can we
I'm
drop-
going to recast my lights and then send them down 60 feet to see if there's a bottom.
All right, yeah. You send them down 60 feet, and you cannot find a bottom. You see that it begins to narrow down towards the bottom, but your light doesn't cast far enough to shine that.
Ooh.
Oh, that's not good jumping.
I would like to kick a rock off the edge and then count until I hear it thud.
Can you count as a variable?
I've still got the brain of a kobold. It's a furbolg.
It's not a very good brain, but it is a brain.
What, can your,
Go
can your
ahead, kick
furbolg
it.
self
I don't know how to
figure
make
it
that.
out?
If you could explain the math to me,
Yeah.
I'll
Every
let you have
second,
it.
every second's about 10 feet.
Every second is about 10 feet.
Yes, with terminal velocity, every second would be about 10 feet.
I just
All
made
right.
my players on Wednesday. I made Nate learn terminal velocity calculation.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Elias were talking about something stupid, and I was like, "Do you know how to calculate terminal velocity?" And I gave him a formula, and I was like, "How much does character weigh? Put it in to the
That
formula."
I only took one semester of physics, so I would have to.
You hear about it drops for about 10 seconds, and then you hear it smack against something, and then it echoes throughout the chamber, and then there's one more audible smack about 10 seconds further down as it tumbles.
Jesus.
I'd like to light a torch and throw it down.
Yeah, you light the torch, and the moment you do, you hear shrieking above you as they descend from the ceiling onto you.
No!
Oh shit!
And they're going to attack you two up front.
Somebody!
Oh no!
Hold on, I gotta pull back up.
Also, might be a good time for a break too.
Yeah, let's leave it at the shrieking descent from the roof. And we'll leave it 10 minutes right here. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. When we last left our brave adventurers, there was some shrieking as two of these fearsome creatures descend from the ceiling upon them. A brief look up and a short observation reveals that the damage that had been done previously has either healed or these are two different creatures, and they descend upon you as matching screeches come from the depths below.
Lovely.
The first one's going to attack Kjorgar.
That's good. For me.
All right. Well, a natural 20 is going to hit you.
Yes, it will.
That will do.
You're going to take 12 normal damage.
Ow.
And you're going to take 10 necrotic damage, which deducts from your max health.
I may or may not be immune to it because of my fucking thing.
Because you're holy.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, and the other one's going to attack you, my friend. No, you. You were up front.
Yeah.
I'm just used to you being up front in the fray.
That's cool.
Let's see. 19.
Yeah, that hits.
That'll do.
Yeah, you're going to take 6 regular damage and 10 necrotic damage, which deducts from your max health.
As a dire wolf.
Yes, as a direwolf. At that very moment, 2 of them come screeching from the depths below. One of them grabs onto Kjorgar's legs, and the other one takes a bite at you. It's gonna hit.
Okay.
Same damage.
Yep, definitely.
6 damage,
Over there.
5 necrotic.
Going?
Was it 5? You told me 10 last time.
You're
It
good, bro.
might have been doubled for some reason.
You did for the last one.
Yeah, you did. You just like 10 necrotic damage. Unless you accidentally mistakenly doubled it for him and then accidentally doubled it for me, but not 20.
I'm pretty sure I said 6 damage, 5 necrotic.
You said 10 credit for both of them.
So I'll say back
Oh.
5. There we go.
Yeah, you can go back 5. But then you're going to take that additional. Yeah, you take the damage
Are
you
you
take.
talking about?
Yeah, I took all the damage.
Okay.
I took all 5. You messed up his DM. DM messed up.
Oh my god, that's not
Just then, the ground gives way and you slide into the darkness below. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Hug the trees on the way down!
Okay. Cool.
And then we're back up at the top of the round with Gunnar after the surprise round.
Brother, avenge me.
15.
You dig your claws into the ground, and you're barely holding on to the edge as one of these grasps upon your tail and dangles beneath you. And Gunnar, it's your turn.
So they're both under attack right now?
Yes, they are.
He's hanging off the cliff.
Yes, he's hanging just barely over the edge. You can see his claws digging into the ground, and he's slowly sliding down.
Can I scruff him and pull him up?
Yes, you could absolutely reach for him and grab. It won't take you any effort to grab him. Grab him and roll me a strength check.
15.
You're able to, with some effort, quickly pull him back up to the ground, but that's going to be your action. You're now on safe
They're
ground.
about to die.
What up, RP Thrice?
Welcome to the party, brother.
He was here last week.
All right, and with that, that's Gunnar's turn. We're back to the enemy. The one on your tail is going to bite you. At 18, does that hit?
Yes.
You're going to take 6 damage and 5 necrotic damage.
Ow.
The other 2 are going to attack Kjorgar. And the one that's wrapped around your legs is going to try to pull you down into the
Well,
depths.
also, he fucks off as well. Why have you done this to me?
A 17, that's not going to hit,
No,
right?
will not. I'm currently at a 20.
Okay. A 25 will hit.
No shit.
Yes.
yeah.
No way.
He's at a 20.
Yeah.
That'll do.
That'll do,
These-
don't you?
These are quite good in groups, and I'll say no more. You know what I'm talking
I
about.
do.
Yeah, you're gonna take that
Wow, I
that
was
6
thinking
damage
those
and the
were
5
supposed to.
necrotic damage.
Ow.
And then the other one is going to try to drag you down.
I'm gonna assume he failed based off that. Okay.
No.
Fuck you.
Gunnar, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
How the fuck did I get dragged into this?
No, this is not a bad thing.
The roll was. I rolled a 4.
I'd like to use my reaction to cast Featherfall.
You can. Because this thing rips your feet out from under you and pulls you down. You feel the world whoosh past you as you descend, and then a magic descends over you. And you begin to fall much more
I'm
slowly.
gonna flail my legs so it flies off of my fucking legs with all of my strength.
Roll me a strength check. It rolled a natural 20. That's why I was like, ugh.
I rolled a natural 1.
Oh no!
Yeah, he's still on that boot.
Oh no! We need
Alright, so Featherfall, I'm pointing out those 3, myself, and the NPC.
Could you cast for multiple people with
Up to
Featherfall?
5.
Okay, that's neat. I like it.
And it's a reaction.
That's neat.
I've cast it the inferior way where you can only cast for 1, but I think it's a bard thing.
It is.
Which is pretty neat.
Not
Somebody call
actually.
healer.
No, it's not.
It's just a spell.
Oh, I've just been using it wrong.
Yeah, that's
That's
how
how-
Featherfall works. It's a reaction. You pick up to 5 people, and
It
it's
makes
only
more
a
sense than
first
the reaction.
level spell slots.
It's a oopsie spell. That's exactly what it
Do
is.
you remember when I stopped some guys from drowning in the one campaign, or was that one of you guys that did it?
I don't remember, but that's a shame. You should have let him drown.
Perhaps I could have. Anyways, it's Thyra's turn. What are you doing? You can see 2 of them on the edge, right next to your companions.
Okay. So I can just see 2 of them.
Yes, the other 2 are one of them's dangling off of his tail, like just over the edge, and the other one is dangling on Kjorgar's legs as he slowly descends into the pit.
Can I see how damaged the 2 are? Or can I just perceive them as being there?
The ones that you see,
Yeah, the ones that I see.
they don't look harmed.
They don't look harmed. Okay.
We're about to be.
Not yet.
I'm a 10.
Once Harambe gets in there with his big meaty
Um,
fist.
So I'm
Alright, you got all the
gonna
attacks and
cast.
damage.
Let's go ahead and cast.
Even for being pretty hurt, I still have almost as much health as her.
Let's go ahead and cast a Scorching Ray. I'm gonna have
She's level
3
down, she's
rays of fire, or 2 rays of fire hit one, and 1 ray of fire hit the other.
Okay, go ahead and roll the hit.
And
Take your best shot.
That's gonna be a 21.
That will hit.
Cool. Okay, so the one that's just taking
Good
1
at this
ray is going to take 9 damage. And the other one is going to take 14. The one that's taking 2 rays is going to take 14 damage. The one that's taking 1 ray is going to take 9.
Alright. You blast them, just absolutely sizzling their scales, and they screech out in agony. But that's about all the effect it has. They're damaged, but they're not quite bloodied yet. And with that, it's Korgar's turn.
Am I to the ground yet?
No, you're still slowly descending.
How close to the ground am I?
You can't tell.
I need to know for mechanics. Like, so I can
You've
either
descended
cast this or
about
no.
50 feet. The first ledge is about 50 more feet down.
Third level spell. Oh, that's extra tight.
It's good when it's extra tight.
I'm casting Spirit Guardians. I call forth the spirits of the dead whom I've saved, and they're gonna flit around me within 15 feet. And yeah, go ahead and have all of them make a Wisdom saving throw.
All of them?
Anything within 15 feet of me.
So that's just the one that's
Okay,
dangling on
then
you.
yes.
I'm assuming a 12 fails.
Yes, it does.
All right, what happens?
Ooh, 3d8s of damage for him. And that's holy damage. He will take 14 radiant damage. And then as a bonus action, I'm going to shield bash him off of my leg.
All right, roll me strength to shield back.
Field bash.
That's a nat 20.
Yeah, you smack him with the shield, and he goes screeching off into the darkness below.
How long did it take?
There's about 10 seconds that pass before you hear a splat down on the ground.
I would like to aim for the splat when I land.
You do so. You'll descend in that general area when you land.
If I land on it, I would like to promptly crunch around my feet.
Yeah, you may absolutely do so. And it is now Osborne's turn, and Harambe and his Congress of Monkeys.
Well, I'm gonna have could Harambe and like maybe another could they come to me and like slash down at the guy on my tail?
Yeah, they could do that.
All right, I'm gonna have Harambe and another one with the flame sword come and help me and slash down at the guy. Does a 19 hit?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, what about 16?
Yes.
That's 25 fire damage.
Looks like it burns.
Right.
It screeches, and it bursts into flame briefly, and it reels back against the light, and it starts to fall before catching itself on the cave wall.
How far down is it? Could they still like reach it?
It's like 20 feet down. It dropped a good distance.
All right, I'll have the other one just go to one of the other two.
One of the two that are injured.
What about a 21 and 15? Does it hit both of them?
Yes, yeah, that's gonna hit.
30 fire damage on that one.
The one that you hit with those monkeys' flame blades, you just cut it to ribbons. Ribbons which then burst into flames and very promptly become ashes, which blow away in the non-existent breeze.
All right, and then I'll have the other two go to the last one. And they rolled 25, 21, 14, and 24. It's
Yep, they're gonna hit.
going to be 22 fire damage and then another 14 piercing.
Damn.
Yeah. Pretty much the same scenario. They cut it apart, and this one falls screaming into the abyss, entirely on fire. This screeches past you as you're slowly descending, narrowly avoiding you as it briefly lights up the area below, and you see a myriad of red shining eyes briefly in the darkness before they scatter in various
Good
directions.
thing they're all going to take damage if they get within 15 feet.
Is that anybody?
Anybody I choose.
And then I'll scoot back from the ledge.
Okay,
Behind my
yeah.
monkeys.
Fair enough. Yeah, you're not surrounded by a bunch of monkeys. Monkey.
Monkey.
All right, it's now Carillion's turn.
Is there anything left?
Not up on the ledge. He just destroyed it with his monkeys.
Well, I rolled a nat 20. I want to use it for something.
You can run up to the ledge and see if you can acquire anything.
Aims into the darkness, randomly hits an enemy, kills it.
I want to do that. If I got a
Yeah,
nat 20, I'm
you
going to
look
use
over
it.
the edge. You see one pair of eyes, like climbing up on the wall. No, you see the one that fell down and was hanging down 20 feet right below where he was, and you shoot that straight through the face, killing it.
Nice.
It tumbles into the darkness with it.
Okay.
It was like kind of like a sad
What's that?
But that was a sad.
Olavi. What are you doing?
I'm gonna go up to you.
Mhm.
I'm gonna sleight of hand my ring into his pocket, and I'm gonna jump.
All right.
Mm.
You descend very gently into the pit towards Kjorgar.
Sounds like a dark love story right there. I slide my ring into his pocket.
No. Oh, you don't know what it is. Oh, you don't. I'm
You
going
darn,
to
now your turn.
roll
Oh, it's your
to
turn.
see if I do it stealthily enough. Natural 2. But that's going to be 12.
You're quiet enough. Anything that's down in this pit is going to notice Kierkegaard before it notices you.
Okay.
Because he's got the giant, like, spirits of the dead people he saved whirling about him in a glorious display of might.
Awesome.
We're now not in a normal combat round, so you guys may do what you like.
Now, I would like to reinforce the fact that only you three have Featherfall. These two don't.
Okay, so you guys should definitely not jump into the pit.
I'm not about to jump into any pit.
So what you're saying is I need to jump into the pit.
That's up. Oh, the monkeys don't have it either.
Mailbox?
No jumping on the bed.
Well, they can stand up here and protect.
Well,
Anybody?
I
I
would
am
like
going-
to jump on his back.
No, not yet.
He's my taxi service, not yours.
Well, you both could probably jump on my back here.
Yeah.
No, not yet, Bill. Wait,
I'm gonna
I
pop
only got five
Twilight
hit points.
Sanctuary on the way down
I only got 5 hit points.
and give myself
So I'm going to cancel it and then wall shape again.
however many hit points. Nope, nope, nope.
Just something later.
Just remember not to heal past your permanent.
But
They're
at least
temporary hit
landing.
points. They don't work with they don't bother that anyway.
Okay,
Like they're temporary.
yeah, they're temporary.
Are you also going to try to like maybe jump on him and write him down?
Isn't he jumping on you?
No, he's got featherweight. He can jump down by himself.
Oh,
Also,
okay.
as soon as I see them descending, like and getting near me, I'm gonna pop healing aura again and heal them each as they come down.
Gotcha. Those of you that fall within his aura, you heal however much they heal.
Alright,
Well,
wonderful.
before we fall, I got stuff.
It lasts a minute, so as they descend, I'm waiting
What's
on
that?
them.
But before we fall, I got stuff I'm going to do.
Okay.
So I'm going to cancel wild shape as a direwolf.
Okay.
Okay,
Who hurt the most?
cast it one more time.
Do you
Become a
wanna do it
giant
quick?
toad.
Only lasts a minute.
All right. Yeah.
12.
You are now a giant
thank you.
toad. You
Still
dominate. Well, you're on as much space as you could fit on the ledge.
Okay, that's fine.
It's just wide enough to accommodate you.
Her and 3 of the monkeys are going to jump in my back, and I'm going to put Harambe in my mouth. Not swallow him, have him in my mouth. And then I'm going to jump down.
You get 7.
I didn't need it.
All right.
Not sure.
Those of you that are on his back, roll me
You get
dexterity or strength to hold on.
Fine.
Yeah, this
Because I
isn't.
have 10 up
I'm
there.
keeping it up as much as possible. TJ, you get 12.
Awesome.
I'm an 18.
All right. Yeah, you cling on.
Everybody should be at full health that they can have right now.
Got one at
And that'll go all the way
16,
back up if I have a long
11, and 15.
Yeah, it should.
Okay.
16,
Oh, all of
11,
you
and
have 7
15.
temporary hit points
What's that?
as you
The
get in
monkeys
that world.
Oh yeah, yeah. They hang on. They have strong monkey hands. Were you on the back too, Krillin? No, you have Featherfall.
No, I didn't.
What
I
were
was
you
just
doing?
gonna hop on Gunnar's back, I guess.
Boy,
Cling on.
7 temp HP. all of you.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that works.
So,
He descends a
You
little
don't-
bit faster, almost like he's descending on like a shitty army parachute, and with a little bit too much weight. So when you hit with a thud, and all it does is hurt your knees. It'll
Classic.
probably hurt.
I'm
you.
actually having a real life.
did it?
Oh,
That's
my
exactly
VA appointment.
why
Did
I
it take?
didn't jump on his back because he's not graceful.
Did it take more than a single minute for us to get down?
No,
No. Good.
I'm gonna say no, just for I don't want to do the calculation. It did not take more than a minute for you guys to get down there. You guys are now safely on the first ledge, and you see nothing around you.
I don't want to spit my monkey out yet.
The ledge is made out of ledge. You do see a lot of gold, you know, shining very faintly in the twinkling darkness from his twilight sanctuary.
I'm gonna get off his back.
Hmm?
I'm gonna get off his back.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna fuck
You
this
you
guy.
get down off the giant toad. You're this ledge is
Yeah,
considerably
seen that before.
smaller, so you're like crouched way up against the wall, and you could probably hop down the rest of the way safely, being a giant toad. But you cannot maneuver very well along the edge.
It's fine.
All I can picture is the toads and Donkey
What would you guys like to do?
I would like to send down. I'm going to recast Dancing Lights and send them down to see how far the drop is.
You send him down, and you see that it's about another 50 feet to the next ledge. The other thing you notice down there is claw marks, hundreds of them, going in all directions, but nothing else down there.
I
You cast
Don't wanna go down
Featherfall on
there.
Orion,
I
right?
also
Orion?
Yeah. Or is Orion just? I guess Orion.
Orion, yeah.
Okay, yeah. He descends down there with you guys. Sure, it's dark down here.
Well,
Boy, Joe, what do your elf eyes see?
Well, once he gets into Twilight Sanctuary, he does have dim vision within 30. Dim light.
Oh yeah, he can see. He was just repeating the same bad joke.
Very funny.
What? Do you not have sharp elf eyes?
I'm just saying.
Can you not see in the dark?
I know you can't, so
No, you're right. I can't.
Mhm.
That's an astute observation.
I'll
Have you
slap.
considered being a detective?
I'll slap him in the back of the head.
Do it again.
I'll do it again.
Mm.
You two have a strange relationship.
Well, she keeps striking me, and I think she's more likely to stop if I act weird. And I'm going to whisper that as, I'm going to try to make that so it's not audible to her.
I heard the great Lord Jerry Springer would be great to help you guys with.
I've never heard of this lord. Is he a Southron lord? What of the Southern Kingdoms must be. You guys, are you guys doing anything in particular?
Right. So I can either cast that spell again, or we could just use a rope to get down.
Yeah, I mean, I do have that grappling hook if you all can climb. I don't think you'll need it.
I can't rivet. I got a monkey in my mouth.
That poor monkey.
I'm not really interested in going down there with a whole bunch of claw marks.
Yeah, I don't want to go down there either.
We can't go back
But you gotta.
We kind
You
of
can't really go back up.
It's been at least an hour in here. Shouldn't your monkeys,
Yeah, I guess I can. It's been an hour. You haven't told me what time, how long it's been.
It's been probably, well, we've been in game several hours, so I'll say it's been like an hour and a half. But you used your willpower to extend the monkey's stay just a little bit longer.
Does even Harambe go away?
Oh, is he your spirit animal?
No.
He's a lot of people's
You
spirit
said I
animal.
could teach
Yeah,
Harambe and teach him how to read.
So he could be your recurring summon.
Okay.
That is, he'll retain some of the stuff that you teach him, but he won't hang around forever.
He lives on.
Unless you find a real ape. If you find a real ape, I will let you train it.
We gotta go look for an ape now.
Oh,
That is not the goal of this mission.
Yeah, but forget this campaign. I need a monkey.
Think how awesome it'd be. We can get armor.
Yeah. So Orion
Sword.
goes ahead and he affixes his grappling hook, and he's like, "Well, here it is. Who's going down first?"
Yeah, before we go, I slipped my ring into your pocket. Could I get that back? It was a kind of a spur of the moment thing. I can figure out where it is. It's in your coat pocket.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
No, not that one. The other one.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll
The
eventually
secret
find
one
it.
inside the jacket. But on the reverse side of the pocket.
How do you know where the ring is?
I slipped it in before I jumped.
Well,
you should always know where it is when you slip it in.
Besides,
It might
it's a special
make
ring.
awkward conversations if you don't.
It's a special ring. As long as I'm attuned to it, I can know exactly where it is.
That's
I slipped it on him just in case they couldn't get down, and so we could find each other again.
It's a reasonable line of thinking.
Mhm. It's the whole reason
I don't mean to alarm any of you, but there's quite an awful lot of claw marks down there. Do you want to go?
We don't have an option. We can't just hang out in the middle.
How else are we gonna get back up?
Well, certainly not by going down.
Are we gonna get back up?
We'd have a giant toad.
Is he gonna ferry
What
us?
is around in this cavern?
It's a huge open pit, like a strip mine. You basically just like 100 foot down on the
Any
first
wood
ledge.
or
There's some like old collapsed scaffolding that you can see. All of the metal appears to be rusted away by the resident rust monsters.
I would like to gather the party, start bringing the wood to the entrance of that hole.
There's like no entrance. It's like a huge open pit.
Oh, it's just a big.
Aren't we?
Yeah, like
No,
a,
we're on a ledge.
you guys.
Aren't we partway
So in the
hole?
center is that giant pillar that I described.
Yeah.
And it's a huge open chamber that goes down like an upside down cake. It's
Okay.
terraced.
Okay, gotcha. Well, that being known, this is something we should probably inform the guild about. Probably a little bit too much for us to take on our own.
I don't really want to go down.
With the amount of eyes I saw on the way down, we're well outnumbered.
How many would you say?
Too many for us to handle. We barely could manage 2 of them, let alone as some god may have described, a multitude of eyes staring back at me.
Yeah, perhaps we ought to find our way out then. I'm just gonna go ahead and pull up my grappling hook and we'll go ahead and forget I ever fixed this to the wall now.
Mm-hmm.
You go ahead and do that then.
I'm gonna. And he very skillfully wraps up his rope. He's really good at rope
We'll
management.
forget as well. In time.
Anyways, how are we getting out of here, lads? Toad?
I'm hopping on Osborne's back.
I'm jumping on the toad as well.
I'm gonna do so, and I'm gonna grind around until I find a good spot.
Next,
I really,
Yeah,
I can only jump 10
right
feet up.
on there.
Oh, you only jumped 10 feet?
It's not very
I can jump 10 feet up and 10 feet or 20 feet out.
Oh, well, yeah, he can't jump us out of here.
Oh,
I can only jump 10 feet up.
Boy, well, welcome to the pit. We have darkness and a multitude of huts
and more.
staring at us from the dark.
I want to pray for like a holy intervention that something will crumble and make it easier to get out of here.
You do that, and miraculously, a rope ladder comes down from the area where you were, and you hear the voice of the demolitions guy. Boy, you guys all right down there?
No!
We aren't.
And I'm gonna start climbing up at like full speed.
I'm following.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow as well.
Yeah, I am too. I'm gonna unwild shape out of a toad and climb up.
Yeah, you guys all
this toad
climb up the rope without any further issue, but you could hear scurrying down in the dark.
Gross.
Not a great sound.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I need to sleep.
I
Or
need a drink.
let's find some place to barricade ourselves and sleep.
So what you guys find on there?
Vampires.
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 Right, those
Vampire.
are-
Lots of vampires.
Oh, sure wish I had a satchel of explosives.
I sure wish you did too. However, it was used to give you the deed to this mine, so.
Oh, and you give it to the other guy. I just work for him.
Oh, well, you'll make
Well-
the cut.
I work for him now because he killed my boss, but he was kind of a dick.
He was kind of cut, so yeah, that makes sense.
That's no
That's
great
what we
loss in the
gathered.
world.
So yeah.
Yeah, I would say we're gonna go back to town. We're gonna go ahead and inform the guild of the vampire infestation, and hopefully the Amen will come clear it out for you. Other than that, we're climbing up this ladder and leaving right now.
Deuces.
Might want to go back to town too yourselves.
Oh,
Who knows where these vampires might go now that
Well-
we've destroyed all the barricades?
I'll be honest, I want nothing to do with that. And he just goes ahead and he just starts.
Good, because I come up the ladder and I cast Moonbeam down the shaft, which is radiant damage, and it stays there
All right,
for like, I gotta look, but it's a good amount of time.
what's like the radius size range of it?
It's like a 15-foot wide beam of fucking radiant energy.
Are you just
Oh,
placing
nice.
it right over the ladder so nothing can climb up it?
Yes,
Nice.
All right, excellent.
I'm a smart man sometimes.
Who's in the very, very back as you guys are running out?
The one,
Oh, holy shit!
the one with the shortest legs.
Yeah, the one with the shortest legs.
Roll me perception.
Natural 19 plus 2. Let me check.
You hear boots behind you,
Yeah.
thudding against the ground. You turn back, and you see a very thin dwarvish man covered in filth running after you, his eyes shining back in the dim light of your fairy fire, whatever the hell it's called.
Lights.
Yeah, the dancing lights.
Carrie.
There's a guy chasing us.
Oh, I'm chasing you! Oh, I'm chasing you! And he's just running, trying his best to keep up with you with his stout little legs.
I'm continuing running. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, you see a set of eyes in that little blockade in that other room? That was me.
I'm going to, knowing that I'm bad at Dex, try to toss back my water skin. So, oh wow, a 16.
He snatches it and he's like, he sucks all the water out of it. He's like, oh yes, thank the fucking heavens. And he restores some of his vigor and he starts to catch up to you guys, but he's a dwarf, so he's not very quick. And what you guys hear following that noise is the sound of scratching coming from the deep, approaching. Quickly, roll me athletics, each of you.
Can it be acrobatics?
You don't have to
Yeah.
outrun the bird.
If you do, describe a cool flippy thing that you do with your acrobatics.
Goodness.
Let me check yield acrobatics
Well, that's the that one there.
or athletics.
21.
Yeah, you're
21 as
extremely
well.
athletic. You two are just charging up at the front. What are you doing?
Good
12. I guess I'm probably in the middle.
Everyone mixed up.
Yeah, you're towards the middle back.
I was towards the front though, so I'm just I got an now on, so I just fall flat on my face.
Yes, you fall flat on your face, and you two vault right over him, as if he was just a obstacle on the ground.
Can I use
Thanks.
my 18 in acrobatics to pick him up?
Yes, you can.
Nice. Pick her up.
I have a 19 in acrobatics.
No,
Nice.
you
You do some like crazy flipping and stuff, and you get yourself like right behind those guys. It's
Perfect.
quite the sight. Yeah.
No, it's a 19 in acrobatics, not a 1.
You guys make it to like the final chamber, and glancing over your shoulder, you could see eyes chasing after you, and hear the scratching of hundreds of claws along the walls. Just ahead of you, you could see the first light of dawn coming through the entrance of the cave. Roll me one more athletics or acrobatics.
Yeah, y'all better get some magical shit.
God damn it.
Ooh, 19.
Wow, 22 this time.
I have a
You
2.
charge out into the light of day, and you've never seen a more beautiful sight.
15?
You're right behind him.
On that 20.
You somehow launch ahead of either of them and tumble into the open air.
19.
You are right behind them, and you slide to safety and turn around with your bow drawn, ready for a fight.
17
You do the same thing.
Now the
with
truth
my
is
sling.
shows.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
sling
The rock
whirling
is
in the
ironic.
air.
My true number is going to come out right now.
You stumble on the ground and slide to a halt in the darkness of the cave as everybody runs towards the light of day. You can hear them quickly getting closer. Roll me dexterity.
Can I run back and swoop her?
You can also roll me dexterity.
I have 17.
All right, you get back up on your feet just as one of them launches right behind you and embeds its massive fangs into the ground where you just were.
Since I have the longbow ready, like you said, can I shoot?
You get about halfway there, but you could see her sprinting towards you, so you could keep going or you could turn around and run with her. What's that?
Since I have the longbow ready, can I shoot?
Yes, you make attack,
Man,
and you
I
may
see
do
it.
the same as well.
Nope, I miss.
All right,
Can I
that's
have
gonna be
Moonbeam trail behind me? Because I can technically move it every turn, and it has a 120-foot range.
You would probably be beyond 120 feet of the
I know, that's
original.
what I'm saying.
Oh,
Keep
you've been
pulling
dragging
with
it
me
with you? Yeah, you could
at
absolutely do
120
that.
feet back at max range. Just
As soon as these attacks go through, you could launch the moonbeam and block up the entire entrance.
25.
You hit.
7.
You smack one of them right in its big, stupid mouth, right as it takes a bite at that emaciated dwarf that was running out after you guys, and you save the man's life.
I don't care.
I'm pulling the wall of Moonbeam with me.
What do you do?
What?
You were making your attack, right?
I missed.
Oh. What'd you roll?
That one.
It's the dwarf. Well, he's dead.
Let's see, how many of you were in the cave? 3?
I don't know.
1, 2, and
The
the
dwarf.
dwarf will be 3.
Those arrows, max 4.
You hit the dwarf. You hit him right in his meaty thigh, and he's like, "Oh no!" And you see him like hopping out, and the only thing that saves him is the moon. Yeah, the moonbeam just separates him from these foul creatures, and they just go back into the darkness, away from the light of day and the light of whatever unholy holiness just descended upon them. You guys are now safe in the light of the sun.
All right, cool. How far away is town from here?
Day and a half.
All right, so that's
We need to
fine.
make camp.
All right, let's see. I can position it in the sky towards town. I can send them a message ahead of time. Maybe if we're close enough.
Can you send it a day and a half away?
Yes.
Send it.
All right, I'm going to use skywrite
Okay.
to write up in the sky with the clouds. Vampires in mind.
Okay. Yeah, you do so. The clouds themselves take shape in the sky, writing the exact message that you described.
I position it as close to town as I can possibly see.
I wish we could have that.
I'm gonna
send
exasperate
help.
Okay, it does say
onto
send
the
help.
ground because I'm exhausted from running and falling and almost being eaten.
Yeah, you do so. And it takes you a moment to catch your breath, but you eventually do, and you just feel a little bit of ache in your legs, but otherwise you're fine. Boy, Kilgar, what's the plan? That's Orion speaking.
I'd say we make camp, re-barricade, wait to hear back from the guild, defend this until they can send people of greater might.
You want to stay here? Till nighttime?
Fuck no.
You gotta build some kind of barricade.
We have to do something. Maybe we barricade for now, make our way back towards town. Either way, somebody has to be here to defend the land from these escaping.
Told me we had satchel explosives. The demolitions expert mutters to
There.
himself.
So,
Shame.
about that,
You want to
I
get
could
heated?
maybe make some.
We don't need a
Show me
satchel
what
of
you got.
explosives.
Okay. So, sorry about this, but it looks like your Rent-A-Sword will have to go.
No, we don't need a satchel of explosives. I would like to go to a tree and ask for some acorns.
Yes, the tree graciously gives you its children, its unborn children.
And then I would like to plant them in front of the mine,
All right,
like close together.
they're planted in the fertile soil.
And then I will like to sing to them until they are decent size enough to block the entrance.
You do that, and they take up the form of young trees, completely barricading the entrance. It should slow them down.
What if they touch you? Young
I'm going to make a prayer circle using the ash of incense, which I will burn and then put ash around, sprinkling it, and then make the mark of Ular inside to block them with both the physical trees and the holy power of Ular.
Roll me religion to determine the strength of your ceremony.
Three plus 4.
You look at it, and you're like, this is fine work. This looks like it'll hold them.
Fine work.
Sounds like your god's on
You,
vacation.
you slap the wall, and you're like, this ought to hold them.
Sounds like some army work right there.
Now what are you guys doing?
How big is the entrance?
Well, my
It's
work is
about
done, so I'm
10
gonna go
feet
back.
across and 10 feet in height.
Let's see. Is that...
You guys notice that the survey team is packing up and they're just sort of setting out. The demolitions guy bids you adieu. And he's like, "Good luck, brave adventurers. We'll be back when the vampires are gone."
Is that
We got
space
enough
considered large or medium?
The guild has our base. So we always
I'd say
do
probably
the thing.
large.
They
Since,
pay the
you know,
guild. and the
no
guild gets
medium
us the base.
creatures 10 feet tall or 10 feet wide.
All right.
Some survey, the guild takes percentages off.
Not even a centaur, which is a medium creature.
How late is it in the day?
Morning has just begun.
Morning?
The sun has
Okay,
only
good.
just risen.
Good.
The morning dew lays crisply upon the grass. The newborn trees that he planted over in the burned section of forest glisten brightly in the light. They're the only trees that are not already changing color with the changing of the seasons.
That's it for me.
Yeah.
It's good that
Well-
you restarted replanting the forest after.
Yeah, after you guys blew it up.
Yeah,
That is my job.
Thing.
So you guys making camp here then and guarding the entrance?
Yeah, until we can hear something back from the guild, or at least see some form of higher power than us.
Mm-hmm.
The entire time, though, I'm not going to take my rest. I'm going to fully devote it to, like, religious chanting at the entrance.
All right. You could roll me to enhance the strength of your defenses,
I need big god energy.
and you're doing that the entire time.
Yeah. I rolled a 10 this time.
It is significantly stronger, but you're going to suffer one fatigue,
I would like to take my.
and so you get a full rest.
I'm, like, full orcish grunting, like, the entire fucking time. No, not even chanting. I'm just...
Well, this seems like as good a stopping point as any. We're just about to the end of our thing. You guys want to go ahead and call it here?
Yeah, I think this is a good spot. Stopping spot.
All right. Closing remarks then to our audience. Thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed the whole thing. And going around the table, any closing remarks?
I had a great first game. This was awesome.
It was great having you. Hopefully you keep coming. We
Yes.
enjoyed it.
Glad you can,
Feedback.
yeah, glad you enjoyed it. And yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's good to have a full table once again.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a rough few sessions. Combat power's been weak. But on another note, thanks
Combat
to
power.
all the people that have recently joined us, following us. Shout out to RP Thrice and Rusty Tonics for coming out and viewing the channel. Good to see you guys. Those are the homies I've been talking to in Discord and all that lately.
Thanks for being active in the chat, by the way. We love chatting with you guys.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Other than that, also, shout out to our viewers on YouTube as well. I know we've been gaining a few people in there, so hope you guys are enjoying them, and feel free to pop over to us on Twitch and catch us, a week ahead of when everything drops. So.
And don't forget to check out Ales and Art, which is going to post randomly on Fridays with no set schedule. So be sure to tune in. And with that, you guys have a good night.